Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube video. So in this video we will do a Vue.js course. Yes, Vue.js course, but one thing I can assure you, it's not a typical Vue.js course. One thing, first of all, it's this course is basically for everyone. For everyone by mean, if you are beginner, then this course is for you. If you are senior, then this course is for you. I can tell you why. If you are junior, we will not learn basically the topics, for example, emits, props, composable, Pinia, how we can integrate the API. We will not learn about these only. We will also implement them. So you guys can learn how we can implement, how we can use these topics at the production level. So because I faced this struggle when I was learning, I didn't know how I can implement this thing in production level. So that's why I created this course for you guys, so you guys can learn this stuff at the beginner level. But why this course is for the senior developers? Because if you will see this video, maybe you guys can learn something new. But if you disagree with me, maybe you can tell me you should not do by this way, you should do by this way. So maybe I can learn from you guys. So it's a win-win for you, for me as well. So let's deep dive into the topics and the demo. First of all, I can show you the topics I will be covering. First of all, we will see how we can use the props and emits. It means how we can communicate between different components. Then we will do the API integration. API integration means complete CRUD. We will see how we can create the product, how we can read the single product, how we can update the product, how we can delete the product. Yes, complete CRUD operations. Then we will see how we can use the drag and drop component, how we can create that. Then complete pagination. If you see, if I come here, complete pagination, page 3, even I can, if click on this thing, I will be at the first page. If I click at the end, I will be at the end of the page. So complete pagination. Then after that, complete authentication process. Yes, authentication process by mean how we can register the user, how we can log in the user, how we can implement the navigation, how we can protect the different pages of the application. I will show you how. First of all, let me explain how we can protect certain pages. If you are not logged in, you should not be able to visit that particular page. How we can protect certain API routes. For example, if you are logged in, then you should be able to send the request. How we can send the token to with API. So you will learn that as well. And it will be not, we will not be sending the token with each request. Obviously, at the in theory we will be sending, but in code we will see how we can use at one place, so it will be reusable at every place. Then how we can use the different libraries within the Vue.js. Like I'm using different UI libraries just to show you how we can use them in different ways within the Vue.js. Then we will see, yes, it's complete TypeScript safe. So if you are struggling with TypeScript, this course is also for you. How we can use the Vue.js and TypeScript, because beginners struggle as well. Then how we can use the different usable components. And then yes, we will use the Pinia as well. But how we can use the composables, like handling themes and models within the instead of Pinia, handling these kind of states using composable. So it will be a global state. If you are, if you don't have certain big thing, you should be using the composable instead of Pinia. So I will tell you how we can use the composable as well, and much more. Now let's see the demo. For example, first of all, let's do the, I can do the logout. Now if I try to go back to the home page, I should not, I will don't be able to go to the home page. I am automatically redirected back to login page. So now it means I have to log in. I'm logging in. First step is we did the login. Now I can see the products. It means I am getting the products. Our read operation is done. Now let's see the pagination. I am in the second page, I am in the third page. Now these buttons are disabled because there is no purpose of that. But I can move to the second page. By clicking on these, I can even move to the at the end first page. Now these buttons are disabled. Pagination is done. Now let's add the product. I can add the product, for example product 6. Let's add the price, let's add the stock. Now here, yes, first of all let me show you how we can upload the file without drag and drop. So let's click that and I can upload this one, and yes, we will see how we can see the preview as well. By the way, this should be within the page, but I am using deliberately here within the model, so you guys can also learn how we can use the models as well. I will show you how we can do this in page as well, because in edit product we are using the page, so that's why, so you can ignore the design. Let's here see the how we can drag and drop. So for drag and drop, I can open this one. For drag and drop, I can open this one, and where are we? Yeah, here. So let's drag these two images. See, first of all, first thing you can notice, once I'm at the drag area, that particular area is highlighted. We will see how we can how we can create that. Now if I drag, see, these are the previews for that. We have the description is the dummy description, and I can select the category, and now let's create the product. If I now go to the third page, we have the 6th product now. Next step, first of all, let's do the full screen. Now let's edit the product. If I come here within the 6th, and let's add the edit within the title, and now edit the product. Our product is edited. I can go to the 6th. See, edit is added. Now let's also see the how we can delete the product. If I delete that, now that product is gone. Let's come to the Vue.js website. So we can see how we can create the project, install, and within the install, let's use this one. I can copy that, and this is the empty folder. You can ignore these. I can close them. We will create new folder, so you can ignore these. So it's empty folder. Let's paste that, and now let's wait for the installation. Yes, here, yes, and you can give any name. I can say Vue course. Yes, we will use the TypeScript. No, we will not use that. Yes, we will use the router. Add Pinia. Yes, we will use that Pinia. No, no, no. Yes, now let's cd Vue course. Okay, course. Now I can run npm install. Now let's wait for the installation. We are done with the installation. Now let's come to the second step, which is to install shadcn. Let's come to the shadcn. It's shadcn-vue.com. So it's not the exact shadcn. It's basically, first of all, let's go to the home page. If we read that, I think it's in the documentation. An unofficial community-led Vue port for shadcn. Shadcn is a very good library. You guys should check that, ui.shadcn.com. So you can explore further. By default it is for the React, but as you all know, Vue community is very good, so that's why they created for us as well. So now let's install that installation. It's not typical component based library. We can create our own style as well, so it's very good library. You will see how good is that. So we are using the Vue, so that's why we'll come here. We don't need this first step, as we are done with our own Vue setup. So this is the thing we have to do. So we have to install the auto prefix and TailwindCSS. Let's copy that, not here, and let's install that. And after that, what we have to do, we have to import these things here. So let's copy that, and let's come to the Git config here, as it is still installing, so maybe it can give me the error, but still we can proceed. Let's paste. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So now let's come here, and within the after the plugins, I can copy that. After the plugins, it means here I can simply paste that. Yes. Now let's wait, and after that I can save that. So we're done with the installation. Now let's save that, and I can come here, and we don't need to edit this one because I think we already have. If I come here in the tsconfig.json, not this one, this one, we already have this one, so we don't need to add that. So let's come to this fourth part. We don't need that as well because we are not facing any error. If we face, we can add that. Now let's come, yeah, this is the very important step. You have to keep in mind, different steps here. Let's copy that, and let's come here, let's paste. In it, we have to configure different things. Yes, we will use the TypeScript, Vue. Let's use the New York one. You can use the default one as well. There is no much difference, but let's use the New York. We will use the default base color slate, global CSS. So it's in the, yeah, source asset. It's not its main, it's source assets. It's not index, it's main dot css. Yes, we will use the variables. Yes, here it is. Yeah, within the components, libutils. Yes, and yes. So here one thing you guys should keep in mind, we will do some changes here. Just keep an eye on here. First of all, let's wait for the installation, then I will tell you what should we do. So if I come to the source, oh, we don't need any changes. Yeah, it's good. Components, within components we have, within the lib we have this utils. Now first of all, let's remove all of the extra code. If I come to the main.css, here if you guys can see, we have the shadcn, some basic style for that. So it means it is working. Yeah. So now let's remove all of the, first of all, let's run the project, then we can remove the extra code. I can say npm run dev. So we can see how our current look of the project is. It's in the localhost 5174. Yeah, if the styles are mess up, why? Because we changed the default styles by using this shared scene. So now let's remove all of the extra stuff. I can come here, let's remove all of this. We can have only router.view, and let's save, and we can also remove these styles. These styles, there is no use of them. So let's remove whole style module. I can remove this one as well, and let's remove this one as well. So it means we have simple the router view. Let's save that, and now let's also come to the within the views. I can keep only this this home page, and instead of this I can simply say div, and I can say home page, and let's remove this one as well, and let's save that, and let's delete this about.view file. I can delete that, there is no purpose of that. The file is deleted. Now let's come to the store. We can keep that now within the router index. So let's remove that about view import, so it should not give us the error. We can remove that, and let's save. And after that, within the, if I come to the lib, we have this simple library which is for the shadcn. Basically it is merging the classes. So now let's come to the components. We can delete all of them. Let's click this one, this one, this one, and this one. Let's delete them. not rename, sorry, click, 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 delete, move to trash, and we can come to the assets. Let's remove this base. Yeah, there is no purpose of that. Remove that, and yes, we can keep that logo. Yes, that's it. Now if I see the project, this is how it should look like. Yes, if you face any error, you can check my GitHub repo and you can copy the things from there. So now let's first step should be to install the first component of the shadcn, which is after this one. They are saying let's add the button, and I will also tell you how good is this shadcn. So first of all let's install the button. Yeah, it's done. So the style basically will be within the components, and within the components we will have if I hover on that, for example, within the components we have UI folder, and within that we have this one. So how good is this? For example, first of all let's come to this home.vue, and first of all let's import that, and I can show you how good is that. So let's copy this line from here, and let's paste that here, and then let's also copy that as well. We can see the preview of that. Let's save and let's run the project. npm run dev. Yeah, the project is running now, and we should have that. Yeah, so how good is that? We can use the different variants. For example, let's add different variant is equal to, I can say destructive. Yeah, let's save that. Yeah, now it is that. Now let's use the not destructive. If I hover on that, I have the option as well: link, default, destructive, outline. That's the power of the TypeScript, by the way, guys. Let's use the secondary, and if I use the secondary, this is how it will look like. Now but the beautiful thing here, we have the different size as well. If I come to this code, I can edit this code completely. It's within the my control here. I don't think you guys can edit that anything. Obviously, if I come here within this index.ts file, see we have all of the styles. What styles we want for the default, what style we want for the destructive, what for outline, what for the secondary, what for the host, what for the link. Even if you have any other version of the button, you can just create that. For example, let's create the premium, and I can just simply copy paste the link style, and I can add the premium, and now I have the premium variant as well. And if I save that, and if I come to the home.view, within the if you see within the variant, I should have the premium as well. For that I have to maybe refresh this local window, because it's TypeScript related. Sometimes it takes time to reload. So if I reload that, now if I hover on that, see if I have the premium version as well. So it's that you have full control on this style. You can create your own variables as well. For that, obviously you have to edit that here within the main.css, and you can create your own theme as well. So you can check different we have different theme created as well for the shadcn. So it's that powerful and it's that simple. We have the size as well. So it's for the every different component. So that's why we are using this. So now let's come to the fun part, which is the start the UI. First in step we will create the whole UI. And for creating the UI, first of all let's install the shadcn components. So in order to save the time, by the way, the good practice is to install components as you are developing the application, and for example you need this accordion component, you should install that. But as I'm already done with the development, I know what components I will be installing. So to save time, I am automatically installing them at the advanced level, so we can save the time. because if we are trying to install the component, it means we have to cut the project, so it will take some time. So that's why I am installing at the first place all of the components. So this is the list of the components. So we will be installing the avatar. It's simple: npx shadcn-vue at the rate latest add. This is the, you can also copy that from here as well, and just after that you guys have to add the name of the component. So it's that simple. You can avatar, card, dialog, drop down menu, form, input, label, pagination, scroll area, select, and skeleton. By the way, you don't have to worry, I will also explain how we can use them. So it's are not that difficult, as it's not the UI or Tailwind related course, so that's why I'm not focusing on style. So I will be focusing on view topics. So but still, if you don't understand these styles related or Tailwind related content, you can tell me in the comments, and I will explain. So now let's press enter. See, different components are installing. Now we are installing the input. Yeah, we are done. So let's see. I hope we have every component. Yes, we have every component. Now we can start this stuff. Let's run. Yes, npm run dev. Yes, the project is running. First, I think if I come to the button, I should remove this premium because we will not use that, so there is no purpose of that. So let's save that, and I can close that. And first we will create the auth views. So let's come to the views, and here I can create within views. Let's create the auth folder, auth, and within that I can say login dot view. So in this login views, let's paste this simple basic. It's pretty simple. I can explain one by one. So before explaining, let's also define the router as well, so we can see and I can explain line by line. So for that, I can come to the router, and here let's copy paste this line, and I can say login, and here instead of home views, I can totally remove, and within the views I can say auth. Yeah, yes, auth, and after that login.view. So let's also copy paste this one as well. Within that this login in component, and here I can say auth and login, and here for name let's say auth login. You can give any name obviously, but it should be unique. So let's save that, and let's come to here, and now let's see the preview. Obviously for that I have to come to the, so first of all it is refreshing, so let's wait for that. Now let's go to the auth login. I hope we will be able to see that page. Yeah, it's here. So I can explain. It's pretty simple. So if I come here, first of all we are importing the ref from the view, then we are importing the router link and use router from the view router, and this is the basically the card. We can, all of these we can import from the UI card. It's basically the component we install from the shadcn. Here we have, if let's come to the shadcn website, and if I come to the card, we have different content here. If you come here, see, it's you can say it's the copy paste of this thing. I just made some change. So we have access to the card header, card title, card description. Obviously you can explore that. It's total Tailwind CSS. If you didn't understand, please let me know. I don't want to focus on this thing because it's not the course of shadcn. So but if you still don't understand, I am here, I can explain this thing to you. So maybe in future, if you want, I can create the basic course for this shadcn as well, where I can explain these things later. But here in this my core focus is toward the view topics and their explanation. So that's why I'm doing that. By the way, also you can access this code as well, so that's why I think we should focus on view things. So after that, we have button component as well, input component as well, label component as well. All of these are from the shadcn. And then I defined this type for this payload form. We have password type is string, username is string, and then I have this form where this ref type is payload. So imagine that what's the benefit of payload. If I add another thing for let's change the name of this thing, username, it will give me the error. Why it is giving me error? Let's see that. It is saying object letters specifier noun properties, but username does not exist in type payload. So it means this is something else. So that's why, that's the power of types. It will give me the error before running this code. So after that, I'm just defining this use router, and we have for now just simple submit function. I'm doing nothing. I'm just giving on submit. I'm just going back to the home page. Otherwise it's doing nothing. And after that we have simple divs. These are the divs. Why we are doing that? Flex call, justify center, item center, meme. It means by default the height will be the full, so it will take full screen. After that I'm justifying vertically and horizontally. I'm centering that, so that's why it is, if you see vertically and horizontally, it is centered this card. After that mx auto and width full and maximum width should be md. If I hover on that, it means 448 pixel. So the maximum width of this card should be 448 pixel. Why it is centered? So it means mx auto, from the left and right margin is auto, so it is centered. And if we, what is this width with full is doing? Width full is basically 100% width, but we have another this thing maximum width. It should not be maximum than 448. Once we are less than the 48, this will be the 100% width. If you, I can, let's inspect that. I can show you this thing as well. Now if you see, I am less than 448 pixels, so that's why it is you can say it is so it is 100% width. So that's the power of that. And after that we have this form. We don't have any style, and our flow auto. Then this card header, just title and description, and the space between is, this is 4 pixel. That's where this space via auto is doing. And then we have the card content, where we have this username, input, simple input fields. After that we have the card footer, and within the card footer we have just this link. If obviously we have to create that, next step will be that, but that's it. So first let's see, if I try to submit that, I should be automatically go to the home page. See, I am at the home page. Let's save that so we don't have to do that again. Now let's create the register page as well. I can simply copy this one and also create here register dot view. I can paste that here. For register we have to make some changes. First of all, in this payload we need email as well. So first of all, let's add that. First let's add that here within the payload, so we should not face error. So I can say email, we need email, string, type should be string, and then we have the username, password, username, and role as well. We need the role as well. So string, and here I can say email. By default email should be hafizjeli786@gmail.com, and we have the role as well. So by default role is admin. By default role is admin. Here instead of string we should more strict this thing. I can say it should be either admin or not like this, or it should be user. Yeah, now it will be, for example, if I say admins, it will give me the error. See, it is giving me the error. It should be either admin or a user. So that's when now this is fixed. After that we have to change this title and description. For that I can simply copy paste some stuff. I will do nothing, just replace the text of that. So now we have create an account, enter your detail below to create your account. Now we have as we have another field for the email as well. So before username, I can simply copy this one. I can simply copy this one username field, and let's paste at the above, and I can say email. First of all, let's select this one, this one, this one. I can say email, and here as well email. Now we need the email. We are done with the email, username, password. Now we need the this role. For role we will use the select. We can import that. For import we need these things: select content, select group, select item, select trigger, and select value. And after this one, I can say this one. It's first of all it's grid, and then I have this role for this, and then it's simple. Select v model edit form dot role, and for select trigger I just have this one. Select role and select content within have these two things, user and admin. Now if I save that, and obviously we have to define this in the router as well. So let's copy paste this one. Let's save and let's paste that, and here instead of login I can say register. Here as well login register, and let's copy this one as well, and here also I can say register, and let's copy this one register, and here register, and save. As if you in login, if you can see, I am upon clicking on register I am redirecting user to the register page, and if I come here in the register, we are also doing that auth to register. Now let's see the preview how this is looking, and let's come here, and if I go back auth, now let's click on this register. Yeah, see we have the register page. If I click on, oh, I think here I have to change. Instead of register, already have an account, then instead of register I can say login, and here login. Let's save that, and let's see the preview. Yeah, now we have login. If I click on this, I'm in the login page. If I click on this, I'm in the register page. Now let's submit that, and we will in the home page. Now let's style this home page. Now let's integrate the API. For example, how we can register the user and how we can log in the user. For currently in the login page, register page. So obviously first step will be the register. So that after that we will be able to log in. For that we need some packages. For maybe first of all I can show you the API which one we will be using. It's the API hub. Let's come here, it's basically from the Hitesh Chaudhary. I can also provide the link in the description of the repository as well, and also basically he is a very popular YouTube as well. He has very popular YouTube channel as well, so you can check his channel as well, and also this API. So it's a basically, if we read the read API, we are trying to build a single source API hub that can be used to learn API handling. This is what we are doing. How we can use that in the Vue.js. So you can check, obviously we will use that, and you can read this whole documentation. But in order to use this API, we can come to this API documentation, free api.app. We have the Swagger documentation. By the way, in production level, your clients or your company will provide you this, or your backend developer will provide you this kind of the link. It's called Swagger. It's the API documentation tool. We will cover these two modules, authentication and e-commerce. First of all, let's focus on the authentication. And if I come here in the register, so if you see, this is the payload for the register. That's why I defined this payload for the register. If I come here to the register page, register, so that's why I defined this payload. From where I was able to see that, from here I see email, password, role and username, and we defined this type for that. And so let's do that. First of all, let's install some packages. Obviously, let's close this. We need npm install, we need Axios, we need Vue, we need Vue global loader. So basically this is for the global loader. I will tell you this is one of the library. I will tell the details of this. Then we need the notification. If you see, we have the some different pop-ups. For example, if I delete that, this is the loader and this is the notification. So this, if we need global loader was the previous one, and now we need this notification library as well. So let's install that as well. Its name is, the name for this is notiv-vue. I'm not sure if it's the correct pronunciation. So these are the from the, if you come here within the my profile, and after that within this star section, you can see that in the UI stuff I have these two libraries. First of all, this notiv-vue, and second is the Vue global loader. You can check these repository details. These are from the same person. And let's see, Vue notiv, a powerful toast notification system for the Vue and Nuxt. You can check the documentation from here. How we can do that? Obviously, we will follow these instructions. And first of all, let's install these three: Axios, Vue global loader, and notiv-vue. We are done with the installation. Now set up these. First of all, let's do some basic setup for the Axios. And for Axios, we will create one folder called plugins within the source. Plugins, then Axios.ts. Here let's import Axios from Axios. After that, let's create the base instance. For that, I can say Axios instance is equal to Axios dot create, and within create I can define the base URL. Yeah, this one. And for base URL, if you come here within these docs, we will use this, basically this URL. Let's copy that and let's paste that here. We have two options. Either we can directly use this one, or we can also create the env as well. For now, let's stick with that. Later on I will tell you how we can use the env file as well. So for now, let's stick to the basics. And after that, I will say export default, and I can just copy this one and I can say export that. Now let's save that, and now let's come to the register. And first of all, let's do the first API integration, which is to register the user. For that, so instead of doing that, let's create, because we'll use the Pinia as well. So I will tell you how we can do these kind of stuff within the Pinia. So let's come here within the stores, and I can create another folder file which is called auth-store.ts, and I can copy the content from maybe the basic content from the store. Let's copy that, and within the auth store I can paste that. Let's remove that. We will not use this setup store. We will use the I can show you the difference between what's the difference between setup store and normal store. Get started. There are two types of store basically. We have defining a store. Let's come here. By dividing into, we have store is defined using it to require unique. Yeah. First we have this option store, and second we have the setup stores. You can read about them, but we will use this option store. So let's copy this basic stuff, and I can come here and instead define store, and after that let's paste that here. Yeah. Now we don't need getters, and here for now our state will be the empty, and here I can say use, instead of counter store I can say use auth store, and here as well I can say auth store, and yes, that's it. And here also here brackets. So this is the pretty simple store structure. Now let's here import the Pinia, import not Pinia, sorry, Axios from plugins and Axios. Now here we have access to the Axios, and here now let's create the name. Here let's create the function async register user, and register user, and it will take the pay form. The type will be record string any, string and any, and then I can say here simple basic function is defined. By the way, why we are using this record, if I come here within the register, it's kind of the object. So for object, if we don't want to strictly type this thing, it is recommended to use imagine that we have to define this type another time or in the global file. Obviously I can define this type in the global file as well, but I want to show you the different approaches as well. So that's why here instead of strictly typing, I'm just, if you have object and you don't want to overcomplicate things, you can simply use this thing form, and its type is key value is basically the string, and for value I'm referring it can be any. So you can also say string, because if I come here all of our values are string. So let's say here string, and within that let's return the promise. I can say return new promise, because obviously we are making the API call, it means we need the promise. So here I can say async, and it will be async function. Here we will have the two resolve and reject, and after that here I can say try catch block, try catch block, and why it is giving me this this thing, yeah, resolve and reject. Oh, this bracket is extra, let's remove that. Why this is giving me the error? Okay, let's ignore that, we will fix that. So here basically it is so I can say here the type will be for now I can say any, and it means this function will return the type any. If I say here string, this function, if I refer here, it means this function will return this string. So that's why for now let's we can say any string, but we will type that later. So here it means I have to make the call, so I can say const data is equal to await Axios register, so it means it's the post request post, and here I have to provide the URL. So keep in mind, first of all, we will have this automatically, we will have access to this base URL. So if I come to the authentication and I'm trying to register, so the payload is users and register. So I can say users and then register. Okay, the final API will be, you can come here, the final URL basically where we will be making the API call will be this one, just to show you the complete URL, this one. So but we will reuse because there is no point of that. And after that, here it's the post request, so it means I have to provide the payload as well, so I can provide this simple form. And after that, for now let's save that, log out that data. I can say register register, and then I can this log in this this console log this data, and after that within this resolve, let's it's fixed now, as this function is returning the keep in mind, if for example just to show you this thing, if I here enter the number, this will give me the error. Why? Just hover on that. Argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type number. See, here we are defining that this promise should return number. So if I assign this string, it will the Typescript will give me the error. So now let's change to this one. Now that error is gone. So now let's just format that, and now where we are have this error. Oh, this form, it should be not, sorry. Now see, now that error is gone, and hopefully we will able to register that. But first obviously we have to import this stuff here in the register so we can see the live stuff. And within here, first of all, let's import the auth store, import from not sorry from stores and auth store, and here I can say use auth store, and after that here after the router I can define that const store is equal to use auth store, and then here I can say let's this remove before that I can say await store dot register user. So by the way, why I'm using the await here, because if you see this function is the promise. So for promise it means we have to wait if it is fulfilled or it is throwing the error. If if it will be fulfilled, it means it is resolved successfully, then we will stay within this block, and after the strike block we will be in the finally block. But if this promise throws some kind of error, then we will be from here after the try block we will be within the catch block, and we can show the error, and then we will be in the finally block. So that will be the flow. So now it is giving me the error expected one argument. If you see what is the argument, it's the some kind of object. So we can provide this form. I can say form dot value. Keep in mind it should be form dot value. Now that error is gone, and now let's save that and let's see the preview. Let's come here, and hopefully everything will work just we are expecting. Now let's come to auth and login. Let's come to the login, and from there I can go to the register, and hopefully everything will work. Our fields are already filled, so we can save the time. By default, email is this, username is this, password is password, and role is admin. So another thing I noticed, it should be here. If I am in the register page, here it should not be the login. So let's change that as well. So I can come here, I can say register, and let's save that. Let's console clear this one and network as well. Register, we are sending the request. Yeah, we are successful. Close. If I come here in the console, yeah, see we have this kind of response. Data, after the data we have the user, and within the user we have this local path URL. So basically the user details. Here is the email, here is the login type, here is the role, updated username. So we have the details. So we are successfully, users registered successfully, and verification email has been sent. We will not implement that, so let's ignore that. And but by the way, we are done with the first request. Now let's define the type for the user. If you see, this is how our API data will, this is how our API response will look like. So let's define some types for that. I can come here, and within the source folder, let's create another folder called types, and in which we can define the types. I can say types index.ts. Yes, here first type should be the user. I can say type export type user is equal to. So for user, if we come here, we have these fields. We have avatar created at, so I can simply paste that, and you guys can check that. For we have the number. We have the number. If you see its number, we can come here, and it will be you can also check that this is how our response will look like. It's the number, ID is string, avatar. For avatar, let's also define another type, so because this avatar will be used everywhere, so we can reuse that. So for that, I can define another type, export type image is equal to, and I can simply cut this field, and I can paste that here. Now we have the image type as well. So instead of here, yeah, let's cut this one as well. Cut that. Oh, sorry. Let's paste that here, and let's remove that. So instead of this object, I can simply say avatar is type of image. See, now it's the same thing, but we can reuse this stuff as well. If you notice, we have another issue here. Obviously, we have this user type, but we have the data, we have the message, status code, and success. So if let's come to the another within the e-commerce as well, and if I see the products, obviously we will implement that in future. But I want to show you something in products. Within the data, we have some type of content. You can say it's the dynamic content, but after the data, we have the same thing here as well. See, we have the message, status code, and success. So you can say within the data, we have some unique stuff, and after that we have this message, and so it's kind of repeating. So in order to handle this kind of stuff, we can use the generic is also the topic of the TypeScript, so that's why let's create one generic. It's called export. We can say type, not type, here it will be interface, and I can name it API response. Generic you can consider as in terms of JavaScript just like function. So in simple terms, you can consider generic as function. It means in functions we can provide some parameters as well. So here I can provide the parameter. You can name anything, but for now I'm saying T just to refer to the type. So it means this interface, this API response interface will have one parameter. It means where we will use this, we have to pass this parameter, and after that I can say here I can simply, it means we have these three values are these are static. So message will always be the string, status code will always be the number, success will be the boolean. So that's why these three, message is string, status code is number, success is boolean. But what thing is dynamic? The data. So I can say data, and the type is T. So did you understand? Wherever we will use this API response, we have to pass this parameter. When data, for example, in T, we will pass the user. So it means data will be type of the user. Imagine that we have passed the image. So it means just check that. Here I can say just like that. This is how I will pass that. So now this now this T is referring to this image. If I pass here the string, then this T will refer to this string. So I hope you will understand, now you understand this better. So how we can use this in the auth store? So let's come here, and first of all let's import the type user, both of them, API response and those. I can say from types, not like that, I can say types and then index. Here I can, let's import the API response and also the user as well. So it is giving the error because we didn't use that. So here instead of the number, it means if you see here within the register what exactly the type is. The type is basically the response will be look like this. So let's define that here. Instead of this simple number, I should be returning the user. And here we can also define the this because we know what kind of the response we will be receiving, so we can define the response as well here as well. So here the type of the response will be, first of all, API response. It means it will have the data, status matches and that kind of stuff, but within that, what exactly the type of that inner thing is, within the data we have the user. So let's define the object. The type of this response should be user, and what's the type of the user? It's the type of the user. So this is how our response will look like. So I can now, here data is referring to, see, it is also giving me this kind of response as well, data, message, status code, and it is giving me the auto suggestions as well. Now I can data. By the way, why we have this error? Oh, I got it. So it should be whenever you are trying to import the type, we should have this one, type import. Yeah. Now that error should be gone. Yeah. Now what exactly we are facing here? We are facing the error because here we said it should be the type of the user. So in resolve, instead of one, it should be data dot data. Data dot within the data we have user, so it should be user. Now you understand, basically this here what we are basically, t is referring to this whole thing. It means the type of data is this. So if here within this data is basically, I can give any name. So this is the API response complete, this you can say this whole object. This whole object is referring to this the first data. After that, in order to access this, I am saying dot data. So after that we have the t. For within the t we have the user, so that's why this user is referring to that user type. I hope now you understand that, and now we are done with the strictly type thing as well. So let's here instead of simple reject, I can pass this error as well. And now let's save that, and now let's see the preview. Obviously we change nothing, so it will work. And now obviously let's log in because we are done with the registration. So I can simply copy this function. Let's add the comma, and I can simply copy that, and let's log in as well. So I can say instead of register, it should be login, and here instead of register I can say login. So now let's see the what type of response we will get within the login. So if I come here, let's close that, and let's come here. So in login we will have to provide these two fields. So we are done with that. Within the login, see, within the data we have these two fields as well, access token, refresh token, and then we have the same kind of response. So for a second, just pause the video and try to create this by your own this time. I hope you did it, but now I can do this for you. Within that, it's pretty simple. I just have to add these two as well, access token and refresh token, and we will be fine with that. It's same as that. That's the power of this API response, the generic we created. Let's also add this one as well, and the type will be the string. Yes. Now here instead of register I should say login. Log in. Yeah, let's save that and let's come to this in not register. Yeah, we can come to the register and I can copy this stuff. Let's close this counter, XES and router as well. Let's copy that and log in. I can come to the login and here I can simply paste that, and also let's also copy this line as well, and here I can say after the router let's paste that, and within you know the same way we did that I can say await store dot login user. Here we also have to provide the form dot value form dot value, and yes, we are done with that. And yeah, we finally for now we can do nothing, and let's save that and let's come here and now let's log in. I hope it will work. Let's refresh that and now let's come to the login page, auth login, and now let's log in. The fields are pre-filled. If you remember, it was Hafiz and password was password. Now let's log in. Let's also see the in the network as well. Login. Oh, 404 not found. Let's try register and I can tell you why this is happening. Register and Hafiz, it means the password is same. Hafiz, it should work. Why it's not working? First of all, let's I will tell you why it's not working. Register. So we are done with this. If I close that and if I see this, so it means we are response. If we see in response it's 200 and success is 2. Now let's try again the login. I can come here in the login and now let's see the why. Yeah, now it worked. Now it worked. Why it worked I will tell you. Now it's success. First time why it didn't work. If I come here within the API and not here in the GitHub of this free API hub. Yeah, they show the one I told you, the GitHub link. I will provide in the description. Here the issue is as it's the open source project, so it means everyone is using this. So we have a lot of requests are creating. So it's the open source, so it means no one is funding that. So we have the cost for the to handle the database and all of the stuffs for deployment and all those stuffs. So that's why what they did, I can show you what they did. See, our open source project is currently hosted on remote server where we are forced to reset the entire server. So it means no matter how much you know that, including the file system and MongoDB database. So every 2 hours database will be completely removed so they can avoid the additional cost. So that's the issue with this only this whole system. But we have the solution as well. We can locally clone this project and we will not face. Why I'm not locally cloning this project? The focus will be shifted from the front end to Node.js. So I don't want to complicate this stuff. So that's why you guys have to bear with me. Our goal is to learn how we can build the production level app. Hope you guys understand this situation. But if you want, I can also tell you in next part how we can deploy that so you guys can be error free. So we are done with the login as well. So what's the next step? Next step is to, so let's come to the now to the categories. It will be simple request within the categories, because we need the category ID. Where are the categories? Yeah, here we can create category. For category we only need the name. So let's now come here and let's define another view. Within the views, after this beside this home view, I can say category dot view. Here let's define this pretty simple vbase. Instead of this, let's copy this login stuff complete Let's copy that. Let's paste that here, and we can remove this extra. We don't need this this card. Yeah, we don't need this p here, and we can only say create, and here we don't need this field. We only need one field, so that's why. We also don't need this card header stuff. Maybe I can say create. Yeah, let's remove this card header stuff completely as well. We don't, and we have this simple form. Yeah, pretty simple form. And here also let's remove these unimported stuff, the one we are not using, and also we don't need this route link as well. And here let's, instead of this password for the payload, we only need, oh sorry, here I have to remove. So here we only need, for category we only need name, so that's why I can say name. And here as well, name should be category 1 by default. Category 1, it should be category 1. So here now I have to create another store. So instead of, we should not keep so you guys can also keep in mind this thing. We should because category is different module than auth module, so that's why we should have this separate auth store. But let's copy this stuff and let's create here the file called category store.ts. let's paste that. Let's remove this one because we only need one, so we need it. So let's rename this auth store to category store. Category store, yeah, category store. So also let's define the type as well. For the category, the response will be like this one. So let's define the type. I can come here in the types, and here let's define export type category is equal to, let's copy these two because we have these two, and then we have this one as well. And after that, what are the field? It's owner. Owner is also string. We have created at as well. Created at, updated at. Created at, I can copy from the user. Created at, updated at. Then we have the owner. Owner should be the string as well. And then we have the name field. So it is also string 3 and 36. 3 and 36. Yeah, this is the type of the category, the type we will receive. So let's save that, and I can copy that. Let's come to the category store. Let's close this auth store, and within here let's import that. Beside user, let's obviously we will remove this user. So category, and here is also the type of the form we will receive is the object, so that's why let's keep that. And here I can say create category. Yeah, create category, and here instead of the user we will receive, send the category, simple category. And here if you come here, so it's simple, we don't have the inner object, so that's why instead of this user I will simply say category. The type of that T will be the category. So we have to change that this e-commerce to categories as well, this URL. So I can say e-commerce and categories. Yeah, let's, instead of, I can simply categories. Here let's paste that, and data. Where we are facing the error, here we have the error. Let's remove that. Yeah, that's it. The type of data here is category, so that's why this is okay. So create category, let's check if we don't have any error. Form, yeah, it's the post. And now let's save that. Okay, let's save this one. We didn't save that, and I can come here. What error we have here? So yeah, it should not be the username, so let's replace that. instead of username it should be name, simple name, and here as well name. Let's format, and here instead of login, instead of this I should be importing this one. So let's copy this name, use category store, and here obviously it will give me the error. So instead of auth store it should be from the category store. Yeah, now we are fine with that. Let's paste that here. Yeah, so here it is also giving me the error. So that's the power of TypeScript. So store dot create category. We are done with that, and now let's save that and let's see the preview. Oh, we didn't we have to define this route as well. So let's close this one. Let's come to the router, and here I can say let's copy that and let's paste that here. Register, instead of register within the views I should be saying category.view, and oh, not this one, I can say category.view, and let's also copy this one and let's paste that category, and let's also define this one. Let's copy that, and here after the home page I can say the category, oh, not like this one. Let's copy this one, this name, and let's paste that here as well, but let's change this to the C, and here instead of home it should be category, and this C should be kept smaller. Let's save that, and within the category we have this type of. So now let's come to the category. After the home page I should be category, but C should be small. Yeah, we have the category view. Okay, we have some error here, so it should be, we should have some padding from the top. So I can say PT should be 4, and if I come here, yeah, it's okay. Now let's create the category. Let's open the network tab, console, and let's ignore, and I can say create. Oh, yeah, we did it. If you see the response, preview response, not this one. Yeah, okay, I think we have some kind of error. Yeah, I think we have some kind of categories undefined. So it's if you see I have the typo mistake, so let's fix that. So we don't have this E after that. Let's save that, and now let's refresh that. So that's why it was not giving any kind of error as well. And now let's go back, and now let's create the category. Okay, we have error, unauthorized, 401 unauthorized. So it means we are missing something. What we are missing, if you remember, when we are trying to log in, just go to the login page. Yeah, just try to see what exactly the response we will get. If I log in, I am getting these two values, access token and refresh token. So it means these two values are very critical. We have to provide whenever we are sending some kind of request. It other than authentication, it should be, it's, see, the API endpoint allows an administrator user with the appropriate role to create the new category. By sending request to this endpoint with the desired category name provided in this API will create a new. This functionality is restricted to user with an admin role only. So first of all, keep in mind, if you remember, the registered one was the admin. So if the registered user was role, you should have one user which should be the admin. And after that, we have to send this access token to the with the API URL. How we can do that? Let's see. This is also the new thing you should have. You should be keep in mind how during the API integration within the Vue.js. Let's come to the XJS, but not in XJS. Before going to XJS, let's come to the auth store. No, sorry. Let's come to the auth store, and here within the login user, let's do some stuff here. So here we will use the local storage, so we can save that particular token. So I can say local, let's paste that. So here first of all I am saying local storage dot set item current user content. Basically it's the key name, you can give any name just to so you can access. We can access this using this. If I want, here I am setting the item, but if I want to access this item I can get that item using this key. So that's why that's the key name. And after that data dot user, so basically the user detail will be within this key, and the tokens detail will be in this key current auth tokens. And here if you remember we have this access token and refresh token, we are saving that. Let's do another thing here as well. Let's also define the within state as well. I can say user, and the type should be as user. And here after this login, if we are successful, let's also say this dot user is equal to this, not this, data dot user. Yeah, so let's save that. And if I now let's come here, and let's come here within the application, you can see the different keys here. For now I don't have I have this one, but these I can obviously clear them. Let's delete them. Where I can delete that, I think from here. Yeah, now our local storage is clear, and let's refresh that. And we have to obviously log in as well. Auth login, and let's see login. Just we should have those new keys as well. Login. Yeah, see we have current user content where we have the user info and current auth token as well. Now let's see how we can get them within the XGS, so we can send them during the API call. For that I can come here in the XGS. For XGS I can define the interceptors. XGS instance dot interceptors dot request dot use. Within the, it means whenever you are sending the request, use this thing, use this code. So within the use I can say config within the config it's the basically the function. And this within the config I can say how I need that token. So I can say const token is equal to json dot parse, and here I can say local storage dot get item. So I need that key, so I can come here in the auth store. Yeah, in the auth store, and I can copy this key. I need that token, so I can come here and simply let's paste that. Not within the inverted comma. Yeah, so why we have this error? Argument of string is not given. So in order to solve this, I can simply say this is basically the TypeScript related error. So that's why we can fix by this way. Now that error is gone. So this error is it will be ignored because we didn't use that, so that's why it is throwing me the error. So I can say if we have the token, so either this will give me the, if we have that token it will give me the true, otherwise it will give me the null. So that's why I can check if we have the token. What should we do? We should do config. First of all, let's set the headers is equal to config dot headers. The existing headers we should keep them, or it should be the empty. If we don't have, then otherwise, for example, these can be the undefined as well. So that's why I'm saying otherwise let's keep them empty. Here I can say let's define some array const on, because if you see we were able to successfully log in, and we were also able to successfully register as well without the token. So there is no purpose of sending the tokens or null value within these API calls. So that's why we can define them URL unprotected URLs, unprotected urls is equal to simple, it should be the array, and for that I can say these two for registering the user and for logging the user. Obviously if you are implementing other auth modules as well related to, if you see we have a lot of auth related stuff. If you are implementing these kind of these other as well, then you can add them as well where we don't need that. So that's why I can say after that I can check if this config object it has access to URL as well. Basically this config is representing to the Axios instance. It has headers, URL. This URL basically here is referring to the current API call. For example, if I'm trying to register, then this URL value will be this one. If I'm trying to log in, then URL value will be this one. So I'll check if config.url exists, and this unprotected URL, it should not be included in that URL should not be included within this array. So I can say config.url. First of all, config.url should exist, and after that it should not be included within this array. For example, if you see I'm trying to log in, then it means this is, if I'm trying to log in, then it means the current URL is this and it included, so this condition will be false. So that's why we will not be within the if block. So but if I'm trying to create the category, then that URL is not here within this array. So this code will return me the true, and by this exclamation marks I will return, I'm converting that to true, this false, and this thing will return that false to true. So it means both of these conditions are true now, and I will be within this block. And within this block I can say, within this block let's assign the headers, config headers and headers dot authorization. Yeah, it's the built-in these are the built-in headers, so that's why we can add that for these particular use cases for tokens. So I can say token, then add this one bearer, and after that I can say token dot access token. If token doesn't exist, then it should be simple empty. Yeah, now why we have this error, we have to return that as well. So let's return config. We still have the error. What's the error and where the error? Oh, here is the error. It should not be here. We should end this backticks and we will have that one. Yeah, let's save that. Yeah, now let's come here and now let's create the categories. We have this token, and let's close that. I can come here in the network and let's go to the category, and now let's create the category, and I hope it will be created. Let's create. Yeah, it's 201. Now just check that how we are sending that the token. If let's scroll that, let's scroll up, and if you see within the request headers we have this authorization, and it has this token, the thing we added by using the Axios. See this one, this bearer token, and that whole this header was added by, it was the request header, and it was added by us. Category. Now obviously in order to get these categories, we need to fetch the categories as well. So let's come to the here where I can get the categories, where we have that where. Yeah, here we can get all categories, and yeah, here is the not the problem, but here we have to do another stuff. If you see, the data is in the pagination in the paginated form. Categories, has next, these kind of stuff, has next page, has previous page, limit page. If you see, we were in the, so let's define this, first of all let's define this paginated data as well, how we can handle within the TypeScript. So it means we have to do some other stuff as well. So let's we, because we already handle this categories stuff, we have this obviously categories array as well, but within data now we have these fields as well. So it means we will have these in the products as well. So let's create some dynamic stuff for that as well. Let's come to the types. First of all, I can come here and let's define the one type here, which is paginated response. Let's define the type which is paginated content. If you see in the paginated content, we have these fields, and this is the dynamic field. For products, it will be total products. For total categories, it is total categories. So that's why without this, I can define one type within this. So see, paginated content. So it means for the category, I can say export type categories is equal to paginated content and here total categories, this one which is number, total categories which is number, and these categories, so categories, and the type is category array. It is the category array. Yeah, this one, the one we defined here, category array. It will be the category array. So let's save that. So imagine that just like the type we have this category, it's simple, the type is just like that, but just we can reuse this, so that's why it is the separate one. So in order to understand that, you can imagine that we have these fields with the here, just try to imagine that, and we can skip that. It's the same thing. So like that, it's the same, just like this one. So it's just to reuse some code. So let's save that, and now let's come to the category store and let's fetch the categories. Let's copy this whole function and let's paste here, and I can say get categories, and here we will not pass. Yes, we can pass, we will need some stuff, because let's come here. If you see, we have to pass the page and limit. Page by what is the current page, and by limit how, for example, if I want to show you 5 number of products in the first page, so per page how many products should be shown, so that's value is limit. So I can say the page, it should be the number, and limit should also be number. As it's not the post, so here we will return the not simple categories. Instead of simple categories, we will return the paginated categories. It should be, what's the type of that? Yeah, simple categories. I can import that first of all, and then let's say here instead of simple category, I can say it should be categories. So here let's remove that. It's not the post requests, it's the simple. Yeah, this one as well, and let's this replace post to get, and let's also write those as well. Let's cut that. How we can pass the query params? Let's paste that. If you come here, we have to pass these as params. So instead of that, I can pass here, I can define them. I can say after the categories, I can say question mark. In order to pass the query params within the URL, we can pass by this way, question mark, and after that I can say page is equal to page, not this, like this, and if we have more than one, then I can add this symbol limit is equal to limit. So let's also define variable here as well, so we can get them within our components. So I can say categories data is equal to object as categories. Yeah, the type will be like this. Yeah, and here I can, after the successful call, I can say this dot categories data is equal to data dot data. Why we have the error? Where is the error? Oh, it should not be here. Oh, sorry. It should not be within the create category. Let's remove that. Oh, Control Z. Control Z. I can obviously cut that. Let's cut that here, and I can simply paste that here. Yeah. Now let's save that, and let's fetch the categories as well. Let's save that. Let's save, and I can come here in the categories page. Yeah, here. So before creating that, I can say on mounted, we should fetch them as well. On mounted, first of all I have to import that is on mounted from the Vue. So let's import that, and let's now define some function here. It should be async, and I can simply say await fetch categories, and it's simple. So let's define this function now. Const, I can say const fetch categories is equal to this one, and after that I can say try catch and finally as well. Yes, let's simply call here await store dot get fetch, no, I think it's get, yeah, get categories, and here it will give me the error. Why it will give me the error? Because I have to pass the limit and page. For page I can say 1, by default page should be 1. Oh, I can simple pass page 1, and the values by default the per page should be the 2, and now the error is gone. And yeah, here I can print that log error, and yeah, that's it. Now why we have the error? Oh, it should be async. Now the error is gone. Now let's save that, and we should have the categories as well. Let's come here and let's inspect. Let's also come to the network. First of all, let's refresh one time. Now let's get the categories. Come to the category. If you see, we have this request, and if I open that, I'm sending the request payload. If we see the response, it's successful. Categories are fetched successfully. If we see the response, we have the categories. It was this, we created this category 1 name. Let's create another one, and let's create category 2 as well. Let's create that. I am in the home page. If I back to the here, if see, I am again calling that on mounted. Let's see, and now we have 2 categories, category 1, category 2. So we are done with the categories. Now let's see how we can create the product. For creation of the product, we need the model. For adding the product, if I come here, oh, here we have the loader, so it means I missed the loader. So first of all, let's add the loader as well, then we can start this adding of the product. So for if you remember, we installed this package as well, Vue global loader. Yes, Vue global loader. Let's come to the documentation. I told you where you can find that within my stars. So where we have this, yeah, Vue global loader, we are done with the installation of that. So let's see what are the next steps. So for the next steps, I can come, we are done with this one, so we have to do this. So let's import that. Let's copy this one, and I can come here within the our main.ts file, main.ts, not this one, main.ts. Yeah, we need this one. Let's import that. After the Pinia, I can import that. And what's the next step? I simply have to use that here, like place it beginning of the app dot. So yes, we can do that. That's not the problem. So after this app, I can simply paste that. So let's save that. And how we can use that? If I come here in the within the app.vue, I have to import that. Let's import this one as well. Okay, circular spinner. Let's import both of them, and I can come here in the app.vue, and let's import these two. And after that, I just simply have to use them like this one. And after this here, yeah. And what's the next step? Next step is to usage. Usage is simply we have to import this thing and use like this one. So let's simply import that. First of all, let's come to the category.vue. So while fetching and doing those stuff, I can use that. Import, and after that we have to use this one. Let's place after this one, and we don't need this OS loading. Can we add that? Let's ignore for that. Why we need this one? This, yeah. Let's say display loader. So while we are fetching the in the try block, let's display the loader, and after that in finally I can destroy the loader. Yes, that simple is that. Let's also copy this one, and in the while we are submitting as well, let's paste that, and within the finally as well. Let's save that, and now let's come to the categories, and I hope we will see them. Let's refresh that. Yeah, see, we have that loader. So in order to see that in clear thing, I should not destroy that, we should keep that thing. So let's save that, and let's see. Yeah, now it is keep loading. So but we should not do that. Obviously we should destroy that. And if we, yeah, let's see, also we can observe that during when we are creating that, yeah, it is still running, but we are not destroying, so that's why it is keep loading. Let's copy that, and let's save that, and now I hope it will be gone. Let's refresh, and let's come to the category page. Yeah, let's create the fifth one as well, and let's save that. Yeah, now yes. Now let's create the product for product. For adding the product, if I come here, by the way, this is the live version, not live version, obviously the one I am done with the development, so I can show you. For adding the product, we have the model. So why we are using the model? Just to show you some use cases how we can create the open and close state of the model using the composables. So that's why. And we can also, I will also show you how we can upload the image, drag and drop feature. It's pretty easy. So let's create that now. Let's come here, and now let's create another. Yeah, within the home view I can create that. Here I can come here. So first step, let's create this basic ad. If you see, not like this, the add product view. So I can come here, I can remove that, and I can simply create the, here I can, maybe I can copy that from the category. Within the category I can simply say, let's copy these two divs. Yeah, within that I can, yeah, let's remove the first one. We need only this one, this one. Let's remove that, and within that obviously I have to define some, instead of this maximum MD, it should be 4XL. and also margin should be from the top and bottom should be the 10. Yeah, that's it. And now let's, within that I can say flex justify between and items should be center. After that I can say h3 all products, and the text should be font text 2xl, not this one, text 2xl, and the font should be bold. Yeah, all products, and then I can have here button, simple button, this button basically I can say add product. Let's see how it is looking. Yeah, this is how it will look like. So let's, upon clicking on that, let's open the model. So let's create one composable. So how we will see, we can control the open and close state of this model. So within source, let's create another folder called composables. Dot, within that I can say use product model.tss. By the way, this technique, the technique which I will tell you, it's very useful. You will use in every project, you can use that. So it's kind of the global state management without the Pinia. So first of all, first step should be const, I can say state is equal to, here we can define any type of state, but we will do this reactive. Yeah, we have to import that from the view reactive, and within say I can say, as here we will only control the open and closeness of the model, so here I can define one variable is open, it should be false, and after that here I can say export, and after that I can say export default, and within that I can say, after that let's function, its function. First step should be I should convert that the above reactive to the refs. I can say const, I can destructure that, and here I can say to refs. This is the view property. It will basically it will convert this reactive, this object to refs values. So I can say state, here I have to pass, and I can destructure that. Here I can access that is open value, and here I can define two methods. I can say on const on open. Simply what should you do? What we should change the open value, the value of, I can say state dot is open is equal to true, and let's define another as well. For that I can say on close, it should be false, and here we can return that. I can return these three things. I can return is open, I can return on open, on close, on open. Yeah, now let's save that and let's create the model. For model I can come to the within the components, I can create another folder within the components. I can say not in the UI, in the components I can say product model dot view. Yeah, within that let's close this UI folder, and within the product model I can simply be base ts, yeah, as well, and here I can say product model. Let's save that. As we are using the shadcn, so we will use the dialog component of shadcn instead of creating our own. Let's come here, and by the way we already installed that. So in start we have this dialog component, so let's see how we can use that here. I can come to the components, Let's come to the dialog. Where is that? Yeah, dialog. And this is how we can use that. Let's copy that, and instead of pasting that here, let's create another component within the UI. It's called model.view. We will reuse that. I can paste that here. Instead of this trigger, we will not use this trigger, and for title we will pass the from the component. Basically we will use that from the props. So let's define the prop structure as well. Here I can say interface props, and here I can say title. It can be undefined as well, but if it exists, the type will be the string. And let's copy that, and same for the description. It can be undefined or string. So here instead of this edit profile, it should be dynamic according to the props we passed. So I can say title v if, it should be if title exists, v if title, yeah, this one. And for okay, we have to define that as well. I can say define props. The type of props should be the props we defined, and just like that. Now that title is the error is gone. I can also say for the description as well, v if description exists, yeah, then show the description here. Description, space that, and yes. Now here we don't need the footer, so I can remove that, but obviously we need the content, but the content will be the dynamic. So after the header I can say simple, we should have the slot. I can simply say, by slot means whatever I will enter within that model, we will have that here. So let's save that. Let's see how we can close the open and close state of this dialog. I can say const is open is equal to define model. Yeah, we have to import that from Vue, and it is the latest feature. So import define model from Vue. Yeah, Vue. Let's say here, and the value is simple, is open, and the type should be boolean. So I can say it is required should be true, and not like that. After that I can say type should be boolean. Yeah, let's format that, and here I can pass that the open state of this thing. I can say open, it should be dynamic. So we will pass this is open, where we will use that as a prop. After that I can also say on update, once this open value is updated, what should we do? We should emit that. So let's define that as well. First of all I can say const emit is equal to define emit. We should import that here from this one as well, from the view define emits, and here I can pass the array, and I can say on close. Simple is that. So here I can say emit on close. Yeah, that's it. So by the way, if you don't understand this thing, you will see once we will implement that. We are just here I'm saying open based on this, the open value, the value I'm passing in the within the form of the props. This is the modern way of handling this v model value within the view, and here I am just saying on once this open value is updated, for example, on first instance it is true. If we these values change to false, what should we do? We should just emit this on close method. Now let's use this model here within the product model, and you will see that what exactly I'm talking. Let's first of all import the product, not product model. Let's first of all, I hope it will give me this suggestion model. Okay, we can manually import that. Import model from components UI model. So here I have to pass v model. I can pass okay, let's define that, and not define that, we will use this is open value. So let's import that as well. After that I can say import, not this one, from not components, I can say composables, yeah, use product. I don't know why it was not giving me the suggestion. So instead of this I can give any name here. So I can say product model. Let's copy that, and here let's define this thing, const product model is equal to, not this one, sorry, here I can simply destructure that thing. I can say product model, and that's it. Here let's get that value is open and on close as well. Yeah, now let's pass that is open value here, is open, and we also can say on close. What should we do? We should call this on close method. Oh, here it will not be here, just like it is giving me the error. It will not be v like it will be simple v is open. So sorry about that. So instead of v model, it will be like this one. So now within this slot, let's paste that this one. So now this thing will, if you, let's come here, this slot basically will be replaced by this content. Now let's save that, and I can also copy this thing, these two lines, and I can come to the home.vue, and let's paste that here, and instead of is open, as I want to open that model, so I can say on open, and on clicking on this button we should open that, and I hope it will work, and we will see that model on open. Let's save that, and let's come to the home page. Let's click on that. Okay, we have some error. Let's see what is the error. Console, maybe I can refresh that because I'm not seeing any error. Let's refresh. Let's click. Okay, something is wrong. Let's see. By the way, can you guess why this product model is not opening and we don't have any error as well? Because where we are rendering this product model, we are rendering, we are not rendering that, we just created that. So for that, it means I can come to the app.vue, and here I can simply say import, not in the, let's not do that here. I can come here within the home.vue, and let's import that here. I can come here, and instead of this way I can say product model, and from the UI I can do that dot. Oh, it's not in the UI, it's in the components, product.model.vue. So let's, on top of that I can say this one, and I can add the condition here, if is open is from the state, so I can import that as well. On open I can say this one, and now I hope it will work. Let's come here. Okay, we have that. First of all, define emits is a compiler macro and no longer need to import. So I can come here. It means I can ignore that. I should not be importing that. So let's save that. This was the basically the warning. Now we have that. Okay, we have some error, but I can refresh that. Let's see what are the warnings here. Add product. Okay, we have some warnings. Invalid prob is more than expected boolean card string. Okay, let's come to the use product. Let's come to the product.model. Why it is oh, it should not be, it should be like this one, dynamic value. That's why. So let's save that, and now I hope all errors are gone. Let's refresh that, and let's click on that. Okay, yes, it's working. Now even I can use this thing anywhere. For example, I want to open that model within the categories as well. I just have to copy these two lines and this line, and it will work as well. So that's the power of the composables. We are reusing, we are using, we are reusing that code in everywhere, wherever we want. So now let's create the actual content of this product model. I can come here in the product.model, and let's import different stuff. After that, I just can paste. I just imported the select component, input and label, and use global loader stuff. And for use global, I can also copy paste this line as well. The display and destroy loader. And now I can come here after this one. Let's remove that and let's do the actual stuff. Let's create that overflow, and overflow y, it should be auto, and height should be 500 pixel, and I can say maximum height should be 600 pixel. After that, let's define the form, and within the form, it's the input field, so I can come to the login and let's copy one of the field. Yeah, I can copy that. Let's copy that, and I can come here and let's paste that here. Yeah. So for product, let's also define the payload as well. So I can come here and let's also copy these two as well, payload, and so we can change that. I can paste that here. For product, we need basically these fields. I can come here, and if we see in the create product, we need this category, description, main image. This will be the file name, price, stock, sub image. This is also the file. So let's define payload according to that. I can simply paste that this name, price, stock, main images either undefined or file, sub image, categories, and this is also undefined. So also define this default value as well. Let's paste the default value as well. These are just default values. Let's format that where we have the error. I think it's here. Yeah, okay, it is saying ref is undefined. So let's import that from Vue. After that, I can say import ref from Vue. Now that error is gone, but we will have error here. So instead of username, it should be the simple name, the product name. Let's copy another time this one, and after name I can say okay, this should be also be the name and should be capital, and here I can say name, instead of name another time, the price. Let's also define the price here. Price, P should be the capital, and one thing, the type should be number. Then let's copy another time this one, and this time I can say this stock, yeah, stock, and let's say also stock here as well, yeah, stock. Then after that we have the files, but for now let's skip the files because I will tell you how we can do that. So let's copy another time, and here we can say the description. Let's copy, and after the stock let's say the description, and instead of number it should be the text. Then we need the categories and files. For categories obviously we need the store, so let's come here, let's import the category store, and I can go to the categories.vue and let's copy these fetch, because we need to fetch the categories as well. So first of all let's copy this line where we are importing that. I can come here in the home, after that I can say this one, and where, yeah, here let's copy this line as well where we are defining that, and here I can say instead of simple store I can say category store, and now let's also fetch that as well whenever we are in the home page. So let's simply copy this folder and let's paste that here. Now we have to use this display loader as well, so I can also copy that. Let's come here and let's use that, import them, here, and after this product model let's paste that, and hopefully those errors are gone now. Yeah, the only error is it should be category store, so let's paste that and let's save that. Now all of the errors are gone. Oh, we have another one, on mounted. I have to import that from the view, import on mounted from view. Let's save that. Yeah, errors are gone, and now let's come to the home page. Let's refresh that. Yeah, now we don't have any error, and I should have access here to categories here. So let's come here within the product model. So here one thing I noticed, instead of stock here it should be the description, and after the description I can use the select one for the categories. I can simply paste that, and here we have the category. Instead of here one, it should be to form.category, id category, placeholder category, and here we have to provide the categories. And keep in mind the value should be within the select item, the value should be the that id. If you see within the product creation we need the category string, it means it should be the id of that. So now let's see how we can get that. So we have the category store here, no we don't. So let's first of all import that. I can simply copy these two lines, and I can come here within the product model. After this form I can simply paste that and category store, and how we can get that, I can simply say const, what exactly the name is, categories. In order to get them I can say categories computed, not like that, computed from the view. Is it importing? Yeah, it is importing automatically, computed. Keep in mind this computed, why I'm using the computed, basically this computed with automatically, these categories will be updated if we add new one. So that's why. So it will be reactive value, so we don't have to refresh them. So compute it. How we can get that? I can say category store, not categories, category, this one, category store dot categories data. Within that we have categories, and it will be reactive. Now let's save that. Now let's see the preview, and I hope we will have the access to the categories. If I open that and if I click, yeah, we have the categories, category 1, category 2. By the way, why we don't have all other categories? Because the data is paginated. So I'm not handling that because we don't need to. We will add the pagination within the product, so you will be able to understand how we can handle that. If you need that somewhere, either by the way, we can change that as well. So let's come here, and maybe when we are fetching the categories, so if you remember, we are passing in home view, we are passing the limit, so we can increase the limit. Let's increase to the 5 instead of 2. And if we refresh, and now if we come, so now we have all of the 3 categories. Category 1, I can choose that. Now 2 things, let's see how we can handle the image stuff. So for image stuff, first of all, we have to install one library which is Vue.js. It's very useful. You can come here, Vue.js.org. Vue.js is, you can consider as built-in composable. Vue.js collection of Vue composition utilities, built-in functions for Vue.js. Get started. Let's copy that and let's install that. Let's close this one and let's install. We are done with installation. Now let's rerun the project. On dev, and I can create one component here beside this product model. I can say now file uploader dot view. Let's say create vbase setup, vbase, and here I can define different classes and stuff. Here I can copy paste some basic stuff. So it's simple. First of all, we define this ref thing. You will see how what's the purpose of this. Some basic classes, and here these are the we will see how we can define this thing. Just give me a second. So basically, depending upon this value, if it's true, we will add these classes, and then we have this open method as well, and after that we have some simple tags. So now let's come to this TypeScript part of that, which is crucial. First of all, let's import ref from the view, ref, and so we can define that. I can say const this one is equal to ref. By default it is undefined and it will automatically be assigned to this date. So after that, let's import the we will use the first one is use drop zone. So let's come here, use drop zone. Basically we are creating that. This one we just did that, this step. Now let's import that thing. Let's come here and I can paste that here. Here let's also, just like here it is giving the type of that, let's give that as well, so we will not get the error. And after that, what we have to do on drop, what we have to do on, let's copy that, these two, and we can handle different stuff. So let's paste that here, and instead of this instead of this drop down, then I have to pass this value, basically here the ref value, and after that specify the types. We don't need that, and on drop. So on drop, in this function, what should we do? Let's define the, we will, as it's the reusable components, so we can simply pass that file. So wherever we are using that, we can handle that stuff here on that place. It's the, so here we can, within on drop, we will have access to the files and we can play with them. So here, if we come here, what exactly, yeah, I can, instead of, we are here called when files are dropped on the zone. So here we will have access to the files. So let's emit them, emit, so we can use them. I can emit for, so before emitting, let's define this stuff as well. Const emit is equal to define emits. We will have two types of emit, on drop, and we will also have on change. Save that, and here I can call the on drop and I can pass the files. So I can say files. Okay, it's open, it's related to open. For that, in order to use that, let's also use another one, which is use file dialog. So let's use file dialog. Let's see how we can search and check the documentation. Use not like that, use file dialog, and here we will also have to access to these kind of stuff. So I can simply copy this one as well, copy that, and I can paste that here. I can remove that, and let's save. So on files here, I can also emit that as well. Let's copy that, and on change. By the way, both of them are quite same, but this one is for the drop, handling of drop. If I, let's come here, this is for here if we do the manually upon click, and previous one, the drop zone is to whenever we are dropping that. So that's why we are using both of them. I can even here I can call the on change. So on change, we will emit the same this one on change. Even we can call the on drop as well, but let's do the on change, so we should not face any error. And here if we see, by the way, you can say why we are using the different on drop and on change. The difference is, in drop zone I have the file array, but here if you hover on that, it will return me the file list. It's there is not much difference, but it's slightly different. So that's why the type is different, so that's why we are using the different emits. So I can pass that on file, and let's remove this stuff. We don't need that, we don't need reset as well. And now let's reuse that in the our own component in the product model. Let's save that. This is TypeScript related error, we can ignore them by view expect error, and that error will be gone. So it's related to this library, it should not be happening, but that's how. Let's save that, and I can come here in the product model. Let's use that. Before the description, I can copy that. Before copying this, let's first of all import that component. I can simply copy this one, and I can say in the components I need file uploader. Let's copy that, paste that here, and now let's copy this stock one and let's paste that. And here instead of this, I can say main image, and here for say I can say m image, and id should be this one, and type we can remove that. We don't need placeholder, so we obviously we don't need this one. So I can say file uploader, and here we can say emit on drop, on change, what should we do, on drop, what should we do? Yeah, let's create these functions. I can say on main image change, what should we do, and on main image drop, what should we do? Let's copy that. On main image, instead of change, I can say drop, what should we do? What should we do? Let's create one by one. Let's come here, let's define some variables here. I can say const on main image change, I will have the file list. I can say files, it's the file array, or it's the null, it's null. And I can say what should we do, we should first of all check. Here I can say form dot value dot main image is equal to, by the way, one thing I totally forgot, we should have another this prop as well, where we can see if it's multiple or single. So I can pass the props, I can define the prop here. I can say define props, and here within the props I can say object, it will be the object, and multiple it will be boolean. And here I can say within that, keep in mind, within the this use file dialog, I can say accept. First of all, I can say any type of image static, any type of image, or you can specify any specific type, if for example if you want PNG or JPG. And after that I can say multiple, and it should be props 1. So I can say, let's define that const props is equal to props dot multiple. Yeah, let's save that now, and I can pass that from here. So here let's also pass multiple, it should be false for this one. And now let's come here, but still, even though multiple is false, but it's the default behavior of the browser, it will always give me this array. But I know we have the single one, so that's why. But still we have to access that particular 0 value. So I can say main image is equal to files. First of all, check if file exists. It's not one. Then I can say files dot length, then greater than 0. If files dot length is greater than 0, then what should we do? We should do files dot 0. Assign that first value to the as it is array to the main image. Otherwise, what should we do? We should keep it undefined. Yeah. After that, I can say if, because we need the previews as well. So in order to preview, first of all, let's also create these two small define these two variables, main image previews and sub image previews. These will be the arrays. So I can say files and files dot length. If it exists, then what should we do? We should, now we need the preview of that particular file. How we can get that? Let's come to here within that, and we will use this use object URL. It's quite useful. Basically, it will convert that file into the previewable URL. So let's come choose that. You can see that, for example, let's add this one. See, now if I click on that, I will be able to see that file. See, I have that file. So that's the power of this composable. If you see, simply have to pass that file as file, and then it will give me that error. So it means we can loop through these on files, and we can pass one by one, and then we can push them to the these array, and we can show them. So let's do that. I can simply within this block I can say this code. What exactly this code is? I'm looping through file start for each. First of all, I have the file, then we have the index. If index is equal to 0, this is what should we do, because otherwise I know we don't have, first of all, we don't have that more files, but to in order to we should not face error. That's why I'm checking it. Only do for the first index, don't go further, because we know for main image we need only one image. So first of all, now it is giving me the error. It means I have to import that. I can come here within the file uploader, and let's copy this line, and let's import that on top of that here. I can simply remove these two, and I can simply say use object, not this object URL. Now that error should be gone. Okay, we have another error. First, now what should we do on drop, on main image drop? It will be the same, but we have to make a slight changes. So let's copy that, and I can say on main image drop. Here it will be the file list. By the way, I just noticed I made the mistake for drop because if you come here in the file uploader, for on change we have the file list, but for the drop, on drop we have the file array. So this code should be for the on image drop, because we can't directly loop through file list because it's not the array. So we will see how we can convert that. So let's cut that here, and let's replace that here. Now this is for the drop, and this is for the change. So in order to see the change, let's we will make this thing will be same. So first of all, let's change the type of this to file list. Yeah, it will be file list. This thing will be the same. And now here, instead of this, if you see, property for each does not exist on type file list. So it means we have to convert this to array. I can do that array, and I can pass that array dot from. Yeah, now it will be converted to array, and now all of the errors are gone. See, now we are done, and let's see the live preview of that. I can come here and let's add the product. Okay, let's refresh. Let's add the product. Let's add. Oh, we don't have error, but I don't think somewhere I mentioned the preview. I have to add that line as well. Here after that we can add some code. So we can add that this one. For example, if let's do this within the template. I can say template. If main image exists, then if main image if main image is undefined, then don't then show this one. If form dot main image, if it is undefined, then show this stuff, otherwise show the preview of main image. Let's save that, and let's come here. Now let's see the add product, and now if I upload, and I hope we will have the preview of that. See, we have that preview. First of all, now let's also add some margin padding as well. Let's add my2. Okay, I think I missed the classes within this form. I should have some classes here. Class, it should be grid, and we will have cap y4, and now we will have the spacing between. Yeah, if you see, now we have the spacing between all of the elements. And also one thing I noticed, now let's remove this my2, and as it is the single image, so let's instead of v auto it should be v full, and height we can say auto, not auto, let's define 40 is enough, I think. Height 40 is enough, yeah. And let's also be object cover, so object, it is object cover, and I can say object center, it should be center. Let's save that. Let's remove these width auto, I think it's good, width auto is good. Now let's also add these sub images as well. I can simply copy this one. Let's paste that, so we can replace that main image to sub images, and here as well sub images, and on main image and on main drop. So let's copy these two as well. So for now let's stick to them. Sub image multiple, here it will be true, and here instead of flex we wish, because here we are confirmed we will have the multiple image. So let's, instead of flex let's use the grid, and here instead of main image I can say sub image previews. And now let's copy these two functions and reuse them. Let's copy that, let's paste that, and let's change the name on sub image change, and here as well instead of main on sub, here it should be the sub images, and here it should not be the files 0, it should be files, because we need all of them. And here let's also remove this condition as well, and let's add to sub images previews. Yes, and here as well let's remove that condition, and here instead of main it should be sub images, and here files remove 0, and files length files, yes, that's it. Where we have the error, yeah, see it is giving me the error. It's so instead of this one I will say array.from, and we can pass that. Now error is gone. Now let's here change as well, instead of on main image I should say let's main to sub, here as well on sub, and I hope it will work. Let's come here and let's see. Let's come here, let's upload multiple, and let's open. Okay, I think I didn't did that as well. VLs sub image is white, it gave me the error. Oh, I think this one. Okay. Sub image previews, and it will be this one. Yes. Now let's see that, and let's also test the drag and drop as well. So if I come here, okay, let's place these things side by side, and I can come to the downloads, and here I have the Airbnb picture. Yeah, here let's drag and drop within the, see, if I am on that particular block, it is green, that particular class. Now we have the preview as well. Okay, for sub image as well we have the preview. Let's refresh that, and I can show you the multiple images at the time. So let's click on that, and now let's come here in the sub image, let's upload multiple. See, now we have 3 of them. Yes, that's it. By the way, the let's open completely, and the drag and drop class, you can check that here. If I come here within the uploader, we got that from this is boolean value, use drop zone, it is either true or false. So on drop we are adding these classes if it is on the particular that block. So that's how it is working. Now let's do the API implementation of that. Now let's start the integration for the product creation. We have the UI, so let's start the integration for that. So let's come here, and first step should be to create the another store for the product. So I can say product store dot ts. I can copy the category store data, and so it will be some time saving. I can copy that. Let's paste that here. Let's close this one, and let's close this one, and I can remove this one, and let's rename this to create product, and we will receive the same kind of the form. And here let's also define the product type as well. So I can come here in the types here, and yeah, let's create the product. So product type will be basically like this one. For example, if I come here in the API documentation, and in the e-commerce, and in the products, we will have these fields for this single product. So let's create that type according to these fields. So let's paste that here for the product. Not, I think let's remove this one from here and here. So product, so these are the same fields just like here. So in order to save the time, I'm just copy pasting that. You can obviously pause the video and write that. So even you can cut from the code as we have the link in the description. So now let's also copy this one, and I can paste that here. So instead of categories, I can say products, and here pagination content, and instead of total categories, here we will have the products. Why? Because if I come here, and where we are getting the products, all of the products, for example, let's click on here, and here we have, first of all, instead of categories, here we have the products array, and if I scroll at the end, we have the total products instead of total categories. So let's replace that. For example, instead of total categories, I can say total products, and here I can say products, and here instead of category, it should be product array. Now let's save that, and we can import that here, product store, and let's replace this category to product. replace that to product. By the way, this you can select that multiple instances by Control D or Command D if you are on the Mac, and then these categories to it should be products, and here it also be instead of categories data it should be products data. And here, yeah, now instead of this one, as we have to pass the file as well, so we will not use the normal form, we have to pass the form data. Const form data is equal to new form data, and here should also be products. Yeah, here let's also replace to products. Yeah, now let's also now fill the values. So I can say form data dot append, and here name, and it should be form dot name. And now let's copy paste these fields, and here let's say instead of name it should be price. After that we can say the stock. After that I can say main image. After that we can say description. After that we have the category. Copy category. After that, as we have the multiple sub images, so that's why we have to run the for loop. So I can say for let I is equal to 0, I less than form dot sub image dot length until I plus plus. After that, here within the for loop I have to repeat this thing. For example, I can copy that, and here I can say instead of main image it should be sub image. And here instead of this form dot main image it should be form dot sub image, but as it will be array, so here it should be index. Yeah, that's it. So now let's paste simple instead of here I can simply write that form data, and let's save that. Now obviously we have to implement that in the product model as well, so let's come here. So now first of all import the category store in the not category store product store. So I can copy these lines, 2 lines. Did I change the name here? Yeah, here I also have to change the name here. Instead of category store it should be product store. Yeah, now let's save that, and let's yeah, copy these name here inside product store, and here product store, and here let's also product store. So here also I have to change the product store. Yeah, now error is gone. So now let's create the function. I can say const on submit is equal to async, and here I can say try catch, and here also the finally Here I can say the display loader. Yeah, after that we can say await product store dot create product. Yeah, create product, and here we can pass the form value. So I can say form dot value. Yeah, so why it is giving the error? Yeah, why it is, if you let's see, that's the power of TypeScript. For example, if I click on that, it is saying this one. If you see record string and string property price is not incompatible with this. So let's come here product store. So if you see, it means, if you remember, I told you this string is kind of referring to for object. Obviously we are passing the object, but we are saying key will be string, but the value will always be the string. So it should not be like that, because here price is number, and also for the image, sub image and image, we have the file type. So let's replace this with the any. Obviously you can strictly define that. You can say it should be either should be string, or by the way you can say string or number or file. You can also say by like this, so it will also be valid, but we are not strictly doing that. So I just want to show you different stuff. So let's do that here, any. So yeah, let's save that, and now let's come here. Yeah, after that here I can say let's copy the stuff from the category. So I can go to the category. Yeah, simply let's copy these. Now let's log that, log error, and then now here let's destroy the loader, destroy loader. Yeah, let's format that, and now let's submit that. So I can copy that, and within the form, yeah, here I can say submit dot prevent is equal to submit, and now let's also hit the submit button as well. So I can copy that from the category model, maybe category page, category, and let's copy that, this one, product model, and after this one I can paste that here, and yeah, it will be full bit. I can say create product, and let's save that, and now let's see, and hopefully everything will work. Let's come here, and now let's inspect that as well. Let's clear the console here, network as well, and I hope everything will work. For example, click on add product. Let's come here, and I can add the product one, price, and let's add some image. Yeah, Airbnb pictures, home one, and then after that let's add this one, two, let's paste that, and let's select the category one, and now let's create the product. Yes, product is created now. Yes, product is created. If you see, it was successful, and if we see the preview, we have the message as well. By the way, we will handle this message and error notification at the end of the application, once we are done with the all of the application. If you remember, we installed the notification library, so bear with me. So now let's also show the products here as well. So let's come here in the code, and first of all let's create a function for that. Maybe I can copy from the category store. Let's come to the category store, yeah, and let's copy that, this one, and let's come to product store, and let's close this one, and let's paste that here. So instead of get categories, it should be products, as here the products will also be in the paginated form, so let's keep that here. So instead of categories, it should be obviously products. Okay, I think I made the mistake. Yeah, product, yeah, it's okay, it's okay. And then here it should be products, yeah, products, and here also let's replace that to products, and here instead of categories data, it should be products data. And yeah, that's it, and we will be able to fetch the product. So now let's save that, and let's come to the home view, and let's come here. So beside this fetch categories, instead of fetch category, let's create another function. We can say const initial no, not initial setup, and it should be async. And here let's add here the, I can say this try and catch block. Maybe let's ignore this try and catch block here, and simply let's copy this one, no, oh sorry, this one, let's cut that, this one, and I can replace that. And also let's also copy another time, and here I can say fetch products, because I have to create that, fetch products. Yeah, now let's create this function. I can say let's copy the above one, so I can paste that, and here I can say fetch products display loader, and here obviously these values will be dynamic, just we can replace that. So here instead of category store, it should be product store, so I can copy that from here in the product model. So let's copy these two, yeah, copy that, and let's paste that here, and here it should be product store, so I can say product store get products and 1 and 5, and here now copy this one, and after this one let's replace that. So these two should be within the loader, let's cut that, and here it should be within here, and yeah. So let's remove this display loader from here and here, because we are, oh, let's zoom in, yeah, let's also remove this finally as well, there is no use of that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so here let's call this initial setup function, where we are fetching both categories and products. Why we are fetching the categories? Because if we want to create the product, we need the categories, so we should have access to them. So here I can say await initial setup, so on mounted we should call this, and here also let's remove this display loader from here and here as well. Yeah, that's it. And now let's show some products here. So after this one, this header, so now let's design, after this one let's design the products card as well. So after that I can say with full, it should be grid, and grid call should be 3, and after that gap should be 4. After that top and bottom margin should be 10. Within that I can say one thing I totally forgot, let's also get the products here as well. So I can say const products is equal to computed oh sorry, here let's import that computed, yeah, let's So here let's as well compute it. So it should, the product should be computed, so they will be reactive, so that's why we are using the computed. So let's say it should be product store dot products data dot products. Yeah, let's copy paste this because we will implement the pagination as well. So I can say total page, so control Z, yeah, here I can say let's control D, and here I can say total page, because here we will also have the total page as well. Yeah, if you see, I can show you the within the type as well, the types, and here total page. If you see within the pagination content, we have the total page as well, but it will be helpful in the pagination. So now let's come to the home view. We also need the total products as well, so I can say control D, and I can say total products, yeah, total products, and that we also need the overall products data as well. So I can say let's remove this one, and I can simply say products data, and let's also define the current page as well. So this value will be dynamic, this one, and also per page. So I can say const current page is equal to ref 1, and let's format that, and let's also import the ref as well, ref, and here let's current page to here, let's pass that as well within the fetch product instead of this one. I can say current page dot value. Yes, now let's come here and start the product card. So I can come here, I can say, as it's only UI related, so that's why I'm copy pasting that. So it's pretty simple. We are using the shadcn card, so looping through the products, all the products we have here. If you remember, we get the products here, so looping through them. Then we have the card content. I just added these class grid. First of all, let's I can show you, then obviously let's remove these, because still I have to implement this thing. So let's remove this thing, and let's remove this one as well, and now errors are gone, and I can show you, and I will also explain this style as well. So let's refresh that.
See, we have the product. Something is missing. Why it's not working? Because we didn't import these product, this card and this stuff. So let's import that as well.
Let's import the card related stuff as well. So I'm importing the card content, and card footer from the from the UI components, UI cards, basically the shadcn. So now I think it will work. Yes, see, we have the styles. Also, these are the stuff is missing. So basically, I'm using the icon. So I can show you. Let's come to this website Iconify. This is the best website for the icons. You will find any type of icon here. So for example, if I browse icons, we have every type of icons, and all of them are free, a lot of them. So it's very useful website. So let's come to the obviously how we can use them. So let's come to the documentation. After the documentation, here within the usage, after that here in the icons on demand, here in the view, and now let's install that. Let's copy this one, and let's close this one, and let's install that. I think I should be using the npm because we are not using the yarn. So let's copy that, and now let's replace that. We are done with installation. Now let's do the next step, which is to import this one. We can simply import that. We can copy that obviously, and let's paste that here, and now it will work. So you, by the way, how we can use that, for example, currently we're using the tabular and then the icon name. I can show you. For example, let's go to the icons here. Let's click on that icons, and for example, if you want to use the solar icons, right, tabular icons, material symbol icons, whichever, for example, you want to use the lucid, so let's click on lucid. And so for example, if you want to use this alert triangle, you can click on that, and here is the name. You can copy that. The only thing you have to add is the this one, for example, the set name as well. Basically these are the sets. If I close that, for example, lucid is the set name, so that's why you have to add that as well. And just like instead of tabular, you can say lucid, and after that I can replace that and it will work. So by, you can say, the accident, this is the also exist in the tabular as well, so that's why it's working. If I save that and if I come here, obviously I have to run the project as well. Yarn dev. See, now we have those icons. So obviously let's replace that to pencil. Yeah, and let's save that. And now we have the edit icon and the delete icon as well. Now let's create more products so we can see how we can implement the pagination. So let's create more products. I will pause the video and will create the more products. I have created 5 products. So while creating the product, I noticed 2 issues. I can show you. First issue is this, we don't have button, the exact button. So let's, I think I didn't import that, so that's why this is happening. So let's first of all fix this one. I can come to the product model and let's import the button. So for example, I can just copy paste this input, and here instead of this one I can say button, and here button, and now that should work. Let's come, and yeah, now it is working. The second issue was, once we create the product, model is not closing, so let's close that as well. It's pretty simple. I just have to call this on close function. Once I am done with the, for example, in the display order, for example, after this create product, I can simply on close, and that product, that will be closed. So let's come here and let's also create another product, product product 6, and let's also add the image 6, and let's select the category 3, create, we have loader, and that is closed. Obviously you can't see the other products. Why? After refresh we have all of the 5 products. So obviously it should not be like that. Once we create the product, we should automatically have the new product, but we will fix that. First of all, let's implement the pagination. So I can also you can also see the, we don't have the 6 products. Why? Because if we come here in the fetch products, I am just passing the 5. If you remember the limit value, so limit means at one time, not this one. I can go to the product store. So limit is, it means how many products you want at at the current instant. So if we pass 2, we will get the 2 products only. So now let's implement the pagination. First step should be to import the UI components. I can simply copy paste that. We will use the pagination from the shadcn. You can check that the documentation as well, but I will explain that here in my own way. Let's close this one and let's paste the code, and I will explain how things are working. So first of all, so I can explain things one by one. So first of all, this will refer to the total products. So here I have to pass the number of products total. For example, if we have 6, no matter, that's why we fed that overall products. If you remember, we have the 6 products, so this will be to the 6, so overall length. So after that, default, what is the current page? So here I can, instead of this default page, yeah, what should be the current page, we can automatically pass that. For example, if we want to, instead of first page, user should be, whenever he visit our website, he should be at the second page or third page, we can write that. Then here we can mention how much, how many products we want, how many items we want at the per page, so we can pass that here. Well, currently we want 2, so we will change that obviously here as well. Here let's from 5 to change this to 2, so we will see the different pages. And after that, here basically items is, it is related to the shadcn, it's the way he is doing. So first of all, this first page, this button is basically referring to this button. So this button, it means, for example, I imagine that I'm on the first of all, let me refresh. I can show you one by one things. Yeah, here the pagination first is basically referring to, for example, currently I am on the third page, for example, and I directly want to see, now we have the 6th product as well. So imagine that someone want to directly go to the one page. Now he has 2 choices, either he can go here, directly click on here, or if I click on here, I will be automatically on the first page. And so that's why this pagination first, it's your it's basically your own choice if you want to show this button or not. And also the pagination previous as well. By the way, things keep in mind, here we have to do the action by on. By default there is no action on these buttons, so that's why what I'm saying, current page should be to the 1, and also here the current page should be, I should remove that. So current page, I am just for example, current page is 2, I'm just 2 minus 1. So also one thing you can notice here as well, shadcn are handling this thing by default. So if I am on the one page, it will not be go to the 0 page, because in reality 0 page doesn't exist, so it is also handled automatically. You can see this in real time as well. For example, if I am on the first page, these though both buttons are disabled, so it is handled properly here and as well. So after that we have the numbers, and these are the numbers we are showing according to different scenarios. We have different conditions, and upon clicking on any button, for example, if I click on the second page or third page, what exactly I'm doing, I'm just basically I am first of all assigning the current page value. What is the, for example, this item dot value is referring to the current value of that. That's why if you see here, here I am writing that 1 2 3. So item is kind of, for example, if we have 3, then it will be 1 2 3, the value, it will refer to the value. So that's why. So first of all assigning, it will automatically detect if I click on 2 3 or 1. So assign that page to current page to that, and after that again fetch the products. Why I'm fetching the products, because if you see, in getting the products we have to pass the current page value here. So this is what going on. After that we have the this pagination next and last button, same for the previous, this button and this button. If I want to go at the end of the products, I can click on that and I am at the end. And if I click on again here, I am here, and if I click, it will step one by one, 1 2 and then third. Now let's come here. So if I change the page, products are changing. See, see, see. You can you also have the choice. You can here add the watcher, and on watch you can again fetch the products, because we are automatically changing the current page value. So it will also it will always refer to the latest current page value. After the pagination list, let's say, let's delete the product. So I can say for deletion I only need the id. So if I come here, I think I only need the id. Let's scroll down, and yes, we have to only pass the product ID. So it's pretty simple. I can simply copy that, and here instead of this one, let's remove, yeah, let's remove this one as well, and this one as well. So this one as well, and here instead of get I can say delete, yeah, delete. And here after the products, let's copy this one and remove all of these, and after products I can paste that here, and here obviously it should be instead of this one, this thing, whole number I can say product ID, product ID. I can pass that, and yeah. So here let's also filter, not filter out, because by the way, in now we have two choices. First choice is to filter the existing products. So I can simply say, for example, this product dot data is equal to this, not like this. I can say this dot products dot data dot products is equal to this dot products data dot products dot filter p, and p dot id cannot is equal to product ID. But we can't do that here. Why? But in some cases, in in your future application, you will be doing this. But we can't do that here, because if you see, we have here in the product data, we have the total products as well. So it means I have to reduce the total products as well. So we also have the total products as well. We have the pages as well. So imagine that we have the five products. So it means if we remove one of the products, so it means I have to remove the total page as well. So it will be a kind of, I have to make the a lot of change as well. And so that's why I will just call the total products, this get products function, another time. So I can simply say await this dot get products, and here I can pass 1 and 2 per page. So by the way, another thing here, in production application we should not be doing like this, because we should be in the existing page. So the current page value should be at here instead of in the home page. But I don't want to complicate things here, so that's why let's stick with this simple approach, and I can call just simply another time. So I am just giving you these options as well. Obviously you should, after this video you should add these, so you can, because watching the video and by doing how I am doing, it's easy, but once you will implement by on your own, then it will be a real learning for you. And then here instead of get products, I should say delete product. Yeah, delete product, and let's save that. And now let's come to the, obviously, in home view, and here I can call the delete function. So let's copy this one, and here I can say, instead of initial setup, I can say delete product, and here obviously you have to pass the ID, and it will be the number. And here instead of this one I can simply say product store dot delete product, and I have to pass the ID. And yeah, I can copy that, this one, and here I can come in the where we have the card, delete button, I can simply call that function. I can say on click delete product, and here I should pass product dot id. So it is giving me the error. I know why it is giving string instead of number. So let's convert this to number. So it's very pretty simple. I can simply say number, and although there was nothing wrong here, but sometimes this number and string can create the problem. So that's the power of the TypeScript. So let's save that, and now let's come here and let's see the how if we can delete the product or not. So let's delete the product. Okay, I think I have to refresh that. Yeah, first of all let's refresh that, and we can also open the network as well. Yeah, okay, I think there is some kind of error. Let's refresh that. Okay, now let's delete this second product. We have loaded. Okay, something is wrong. Okay, because okay, I think it was my mistake. So if I try to convert this string, although for example if we have only one numbers value and these are in this string format, we can convert them into number by this way. For example, if I enter like 1111, it will be converted to number. But if I try to convert the char field into number, so it will not be possible, and it is giving me the error. So that's why it should not be the number, it should be string. So let's replace that here as well, and in product store as well it should be string, not number. Yeah, see, that's why. So TypeScript was right, I was wrong. That's why I was telling you sometimes these strings and number are very critical. So this is done, and now let's edit the product. If you see now the second product is gone, and overall we products we have the sixth one. Yeah, sixth only the five, overall we have the 5 product now only. Now let's edit the product. For product editing the product, we will create the another product. For editing the product, let's create another page. I'm just want to show you a different approach. Obviously we can use the model as well, just like we are doing for the creation, but let's see how we can use by the page. So let's create that. Here I can simply say let's create the page here. So within the views, let's create one file. It should be products, and within the products you should these big brackets and then id. So dot view, single view. Yeah, before creating this view, obviously we will need to fetch the single products as well. So let's come to the here. So let's create another, let's copy this one. So I can simply say this one, and here instead of this the product I should have what's the type. I can come to the types, and I need this single product. So yeah, this single product. So instead of products it should be single product, because it will return the single product. So here instead of the products I should pass the id, just like here in the deletion. So let's copy that string, and I can paste that here because we need the single product. Get product, and after that, yeah, here I have to replace that as well. So let's paste that here as well, product id, and here it obviously it should be, yeah, get single product. Yeah, and let's create here another variable as well. Yeah, let's remove this line, and yeah, that's it. So we will have the single product as well. So yeah, yes, everything is yeah fine. So now let's come here within the ID. By the way, I can simply let's first of all come here in the not here. Let's come from the product model as all the fields will be kind of the same, and that's why let's copy this one. Let's I can copy that whole thing and I can replace that. Obviously, I have to remove some stuff. So currently things will give me the error because why, because of the TypeScript issue. So let's reload the window, control shift p or command shift p if you are on the Mac. Let's press that and reload the window. So see, now those errors are gone. So now let's remove extra stuff. First of all, let's cut this form thing, and yeah, we need only this thing. So let's remove this whole stuff and this one, and obviously I have to add the form the container and other classes as well. So I can say div, and here I can say class mx auto, and width should be full, but maximum width should be 4xl, and let's add the margin from top and bottom as well. So now let's move this form to inner, and yes, now yeah, obviously we have to create the route as well so we can see the preview. So I can come here within the router here, and let's copy this one, and first of all let's also import that as well. Single product, and here views products, and after the products ID, and single product, and here's single product, and here I have to keep in mind, here I have to mention, for example, if you have here product ID any other name, then you have to mention that here, and here I can say single product. Yeah, and let's save that, and let's come to the home view, and after that here in the area we have to add that. I can say on click is equal to router dot push, and here I can say products, and after that I can pass the product ID, product dot not products, product dot ID. Yeah, let's save that, and I hope everything will work. For example, first of all let's refresh this whole thing, and let's click on that. If you see, now we have this ID. Obviously things will not work, and it even can give me the error. Let's see why it's not working. No match for the location with this one. That's strange. Oh, product. If you see product, it should not be product. It should be products. This one, these products. So products, it should be. Let's go to the previous page, and now if I click on this, why this is not working? If you come here, it should not be, it should be like this. I think I mentioned here now, so I can say products, yeah, products, and now it will work, products, and now I think it will work. Yes, we have that. Okay, we have that. Now obviously these are the dummy fields. So now let's once we are in this page, we should fill the, for example, if I am clicking on the first page, then it should be these form fields should be filled with the product 1. If I click on product 3, then these fields should be with the details of the product 3. So let's do that. I can come here and on mounted I can call the product. Here I can say on mounted async. I can say fetch product. Here I can say async and it should be await fetch, not fetch product, and yeah, and here I can say let's create this function. I can say const fetch product is equal to, it should async, and here as well. And now let's copy this thing, try catch and display loader products. So instead of this one I should say get product, and here what I have to pass, I have to pass that ID. So in order to get the product that ID, I can say first of all, I'm not sure if we have the route or not. Yeah, well, I have to import that route as well. So I can say import from Vue router, not Vue router, and here I can say use route, yeah. So here I can say const route is equal to use route, and here I can say route dot params dot id. Keep in mind this id, the name should be the same. So why it is giving me the error? Because it is a string and string. So I can convert this to number, not yeah, here we will also face the error. So it should be, instead of this one I can say toString. So now that error will be gone. Yeah, why we have this error? I didn't import this on mounted. I can import that. Yeah, here I can import that, and now the errors are gone. So now let's fill these field once we have the product. So there is no use of this on close, so let's remove that. And now if let's also get the product here as well. So I can say const product, so we can save that, and I can say that like this. Now let's fill those values. I can say if we have the product, yeah, then let's assign the values. I can say form dot value dot name is equal to product dot name. Yeah, let's copy paste this, and here instead of name I can say price. Here I can say stock, and here I can say description, and here I can say category. Yeah, and now here instead of assigning to main image and sub image, we should assign to the these preview URLs. So because currently we only have the URLs for that, so I can say let's copy that. I can say main image, not what's the variable name, main image preview. Yeah, it's a string array, so I can say main image what's sorry, I totally forgot again. So it's main image preview. Yeah, so instead of like this I can say main image preview dot value dot push push, and I can push this URL. I can say product dot main image dot, I should get this URL. So I can copy that, and let's replace that here. Let's remove this category, this is extra. So I can say sub image previews dot. So instead of like this I think it should be preview dot value is equal to, as it's the array it will be array, so I can say value is equal to product dot sub image dot map I can say image, and let's return image dot URL. So let's save that and let's see the preview if we can see the previews or not. Okay, something is wrong here. So everything is working fine. I'm just trying to debug things, but here we have to make obviously some change. If I come here, so if you see, I was showing these previews depending upon we had this condition. If for example form.sub image is undefined, then show these previews. So if I remove these previews, for example, if I remove this condition from the sub image, and from here obviously I have to remove the VLs as well, and same for the above main image as well. So let's remove this VIF and VLs as well, and now let's save that, and now let's see the preview. We should have those images. So now we have these image, sub image and main image, but one thing is missing, we should have some title as well. So I can come here, so let's move this thing up, this thing, yeah, and same for the here, this one as well, and let's save that, and I hope, yeah, we have sub image and main image. So now the problem here is we don't have that thing here, if I want to upload more images. So here I don't want to complicate things. So try to imagine that, for example, I want to remove this image, because for main image we can have only one image, but for the sub image we can add more image. So in reality, I think maybe I'm thinking something wrong or something wrong with this API, because it's not developed by me. We should have some kind of separate API as well, and what I am thinking now, maybe we can totally delete this one, and we should be able to upload that more image as well. So for now, what I can do, I can only upload the new image, right? So we will obviously we will remove this existing one. So now let's also add the loader button as well, one more. So let's come here, not loader, sorry, file uploader. So what I can do here, so I think it's because of this template thing. I think I have to keep this thing, yeah, now we have that. So I think let's remove this thing from here to here, let's keep that here, and also let's cut this one and replace that here, and yeah, that's it. So now we have the uploader. Okay, there is some difference between the style, so let's also copy this thing and add here as well. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Now we have that. Oh, now for a main image, as we can only upload the one image, so on upload I will remove this one and then I will upload the existing one if user try to edit that. So let's do that as well. So let's come here and on main drag and drop. If I have that, so here first step should be, before pushing this thing, first step should be here I should remove that, from the main preview image. So I can say main preview dot value dot main dot value is equal to array, and let's copy that here, yeah, and here as well, and here as well. Let's come here, and if I try to upload that, I think that image should be removed, and let's see that, yeah, that is replaced now. And now let's put, obviously here we can upload multiple images, so that's why I can upload more. So let's replace this thing with this one, and now we have more images. So I think I have to make as it is attached to this one, so let's add the y gap as well. So I can say let's add gap y as well. I instead of this gap x it should be gap, and here as well gap, and now we have this one. I know style is a little bit messy, but as it's not the production level application, so I just want to teach you, so let's stick with this. And yeah, now let's edit the category as well, category 2, and obviously we can do that. Obviously now we have to create the submit function if we want to change that. And now let's come here in the product store, and let's here edit product here I have the product ID, and obviously here I will receive the same thing just like in the create product, and I can copy that and let's replace that here. And obviously we will need this stuff as well, so I can copy this one and here I can replace that. So one thing here we have to keep in mind, we have to check the main image, because it depends on user, either he will change the main image or not. So here I will see if I will check if, okay, I think I didn't import this line, copy this line, so let's copy that as one, copy, and I can say here form dot main image, if it exists then append that, otherwise keep that the existing one. So that's why. So let's also do for the sub image as well. So I should check if we have the sub image, then let's do this stuff. Yeah, let's save that, and I hope everything will work. No, not like this, not here. I have to obviously change instead of get to patch request, patch, yeah, patch, edit product ID, and yes, and here let's also call this function as well once we are done with the creation. So I can call this one await product one, and after that I can say this one, let's call the product as well. So let's save that and let's call this function here, and here I think I don't have to do anything here because we are already doing that. I just have to replace this thing with, instead of create, to edit product, yeah, and I think everything will work. Let's hope for the best and let's test here, and one time let's refresh that, and let's edit the product, let's add this edit, and for now let's check that. So here it should be, I think, update product, but first of all let's see the preview. If I see, I think something is wrong, or maybe we are done with that, because I don't think I'm redirecting back to the home page. So let's try one more time. Okay, it's not working. Let's see the console. Okay, undefined. Let's see the thing. Okay, it is saying cannot read a properties of undefined reading name. Okay, I got it. Why it's not happening? So see, that's the power of TypeScript. I should have expected two arguments. Edit product is expecting two arguments. First, the product ID, the route ID basically, and second this one. So I have to pass this thing before this one. I can say use route route dot params dot id dot to string yeah use I think we have that. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, let's save that. And obviously I think instead of this one I should by doing this way I can copy them and route, and let's replace this with route. Yeah, let's see, and I hope everything will work now. Let's change this to product I edit, and let's clear this one, and let's create. Okay, 422, something is wrong. Received data is invalid. Okay, errors. Okay, category was not selected. Let's refresh. I think something is wrong. Let's refresh one more time and we can try that again. Okay, something is wrong. Let's come to the home page because it should be working. Okay, I am home. And let's come again here to the edit. Okay, I am not sure why that was happening. So now let's try again the editing. And let's edit and edit and create. Okay, still something is wrong. Invalid value, invalid value. Okay, what we are exactly, we are passing the preview headers payload. Okay, let's see. Okay, this was a mistake. I'm not passing any form data here. Sorry about that. So we should be passing that. So I was debugging that and we didn't pass this form data. And let's save that. So let's test now the edit. If I click on edit and update the product, and I hope everything will work. Let's go to the home page. See, now name is changed. Let's also test the main image as well. For example, let's change this to this fourth one, and if I do that, and I hope everything will work. Yes. Oh, sorry. I have to check the home page. See, we have the new one. Yes, we are done with the everyone, every API. We are done with the getting the single, getting all the products. We are done with the deletion, and we're done with the editing. Now, two things are remaining. One thing, if you see we don't have any nav bar, so we should have some register login, and also the if user is logged in, then we should have some user profile, and also beside that we should also have the basically authorization. What is mean by authorization? We should not be able to view this home page unless we are logged in. So only the authenticated user, the user which are logged in, should be able to see the products. So one thing is that, and second thing is to first of all is to show the notification once. For example, if we are done with the editing, show some kind of notification. If we say if we face some kind of error, show some kind of error. So this is the short thing. So let's first of all implement that, as we are already have the library installed. We just have to do the simple stuff, and then we can do the authorization and that stuff. So let's come to the that documentation for that library. I think it was the, I can go to the my home page, GitHub, and within the stars and UI stuff and the NotiView, this one we are using this library. So let's come here. We are done with the installation. Now we have to do this step. Let's copy these 3 lines, and let's come here in the code and main.ts, and let's paste that, and let's come here, and obviously I have to copy that as well, and let's paste that, and let's also copy that, and let's come here, and after that let's paste that here. So let's save that, and in order to use that, obviously we have to also import this thing here as well in the app.vue. Let's copy that, and let's go to the app.vue, and let's paste that, so now let's write that here, and copy that, and where after that, yeah, let's paste that, and why it is giving me the error? So it should be notifications, not notifications, and here I can say notifications. Yeah, let's save that, and let's remove this push function. Yeah, let's save that. First of all, let's test for the success case. So for success case, let's come to the here in the util folder, and I can create one function here. First, let's also copy this line as well, because we need that, and let's paste that here, and instead of this I can say push. We need push. So after that, here I can say, let's create here function. I can say export const handle success is equal to, here we can pass 2 things, title which will be string, and then I can say message, and then string, not capital, string, and then after that I can say, for simple pushing the notification, it's pretty simple. I can say push dot success. We have all type, push dot error as well, push dot success as well. So let's do that, and you can, by the way, check these here in the documentation. For example, if I go to this website, notiview.stream, and here within the docs you can come here. This is the demo, basically different error message, and if you see, and here within these methods you have this push success error, you can check that any of them warning. So different methods, you can explore that. So for now, let's come here, and I can come here and simply say title, and same for the message. So let's save that, and let's obviously let's come to products store, and on successfully updating the product, first of all let's format this, and here I can say once it's done, I can say first of all obviously I have to import that, so I can import that. I can say import from lib utils. Here I can say handle success, and I can say handle success, and here I can pass, basically if you remember, data will also send us the message as well. I can say data data dot see message. First for title I can say the status code, and for message I can say data dot message. I have to convert this to string because it's the number, so that's why I can say to string. And now that is fixed, and we can see that. Let's come here, and first of all let's refresh that because we made the change in the Pinia, and I hope we will get the message that I can come here, and let's remove this edit, and I can simply update the product. See, we have 20 product updated successfully. We can close that as well. So this is also done. Now obviously let's also add for the error as well. So I can come here and I can simply copy paste this one. I can say const. Now by the way, you can copy paste this everywhere wherever you want. Handle success basically, for example, in once you get the product, you can copy paste that, because in every wherever we are fetching the we are making the API call, we have this this status code and message. I don't want to waste time because I have to copy paste everywhere, and I have to in the login and everywhere. For example, if user is logging in, you can show the notification. If he is logging out, you can show the notification. So it's general function, so that's why you just have to import and use that, so you can use everywhere. So that's why. So now here let's say handle error. I can show you the error as well, error, and here I can say. So for error, as if I come here, for example, here I don't know what's the type of the error, right? Now let's yeah, single product. I can show you what exactly. So we don't know what's the, if you see, error type is unknown. So imagine that. So here I can also pass, because I will be sending that error here. So I can say error, it should be unknown. So but we can define the type here as well. So I can say const error is equal to error dot. By the way, let me show you this thing. So if I come here, and what exactly the type will be exactly, for example, I try to fetch the product which don't exist. There is no product just like ID. So let me show you what exactly I'm trying to say. If I inspect and log, and let's remove, and let's now fetch this product. Obviously this will be fetched, so obviously it will give us the error. So if we see the error, within the, after this whole thing, we have the response, and within the response we have the data, and here we have the error type. Here we have the the type of errors we have the message, we have the status code as well. So that's why I can come here, and maybe I can create the error type, one of the error type. I can come here in the types, and let's create the error type. We don't have any error, so let's create the error type. I can simply copy paste that. If you see, for the error we have the data is either we are skipping that because there is no purpose of the data. Then we have the errors are the kind of the object, array of objects. So that's why I said record but string and string array. And then the status code, for status code we have the number, for message we have string, and for success is boolean. So let's save this one, and I can come here, utils, and here I can say error. Here I can say error dot response dot data as error. Obviously I have to import that, so I can say import type from types. Yeah, here I can say error. Yeah, now this error has the type. So here I can say title, I can say error dot status code, and here I can say error dot message, and here let's give this the it should be error. And why it is giving us the error? Because it should be string. Yeah, so I can say to string. Yeah, that's it. Okay, here instead of unknown, I think it's still giving us the error, so I can say any. So let's save that, and now let's handle that product store. Sorry. Let's handle error, and I can come here in the product store, and let's also import that handle success. I can say handle error, and get product. I can, instead of logging here, I can say let's call that function handle error, and I can simply pass the error. It will be just like the success. You can use everywhere, in every error request you can use this one handle error. You just have to simply copy this one, because it will handle every error, just like this, here. So let's save that, and let's see the preview how it will look like. First of all, let's refresh that, obviously, and we should have some kind of notification here. Let's refresh that. See, received data is not valid for 2024. We have the error notification as well. So this is also done. Now let's implement the authorization part. So for that, let's come here in the, first of all, in the router file. And by the way, I want to protect these 3 pages. So let's add the page we want to protect. Let's add some field here. We can add that. It's called meta. Meta is basically for the additional information. We can add meta, and here I can say auth. You can give any name, obviously, but I am giving the auth, so auth should be true. I want to protect the home page. Copy this one, product ID, and this category as well. I want to protect these 3 pages. So we have that. Now before, we also have some method where we can run the before each router. For example, if I am going to home page, from home page to I'm going to single product page, then we can run some function before. If we are navigating between page, we can run some function. We have this method called router dot before each. So it will, this method, you can also guess from the name as well, this method will run every time whenever we are changing the page before we are going that to that particular page. For example, if I want to go to the product page from home page, for example, I can show you. Basically it's hard to explain. I can show you. I can say async, and here I can say log before going to page. I can save that, and let's come here. Obviously it will, let's go to the home page, and now just check the magic. If I go to the console, now if now if I go to the single product page, see, before going to each page. Now if I go to the home page before going to page, so it will be it will run every time we are trying to navigate between the page. So now here we can check if user is logged in or not. So here, first of all, try to imagine that here we have some function, some variable function which is checking const is logged in is equal to await is user log in. So obviously we have to create that function, but for now you can imagine that we have this one. So let's copy this one, and let's simply add true. True, right? Let's add true, because it will be boolean. Either it will this function will return us true or false. So that's why I'm saying, let's for example try to imagine that it is true, and then I can say here if 2 dot, basically 2 is referring to the page where I am going. For example, if I am going to single product, then 2 is referring to the single product page. 2 dot name. Oh, okay, I have to give the here, sorry, 2 from, I have access to these functions by default. I can say 2 dot name cannot, if I'm not going to login page. For example, what's the name of the login page? I can say auth dot, if I'm not going to the login page, and also I am not logged in, is logged in. Remember what I told you, this will kind of inverse the value. If it's true, then it means this overall this thing will return me the false. If this is false, overall this thing will return me the true. So it means this when this if condition will be true if we are not logged in, because this false will be returned to true, and if we are also am not going to logged in page, so this if condition will be true. So imagine that I'm not logged in and I am trying to go to the single product page. So check the first condition. Is it correct? I'm going to the login. No, I'm not going to login page. I'm going to the single product page. So that's why this condition will be true. And is logged in? Yeah, imagine that here it's false. So this is also be true. So this condition will be true if user is not logged in. And here I can say also check within that. I can say if 2 dot name dot meta not name 2 dot meta dot auth, either it will be undefined or true. So if it's undefined or false, then what should we do? We should just do the next, so user can go to the wherever he want to. I will try run this whole thing again. First let's try to complete this thing, and I will tell you the different scenarios for that. So after that, if this meta is undefined, right, or it's false, then otherwise what should we do? Otherwise we should redirect user to the logged in page. I can say next, and I can simply pass name to auth login. So let me try run this thing for you. So first of all, let's do this to false and false, right, and try to handle this scenario. So let's true this when this condition will be true, if I am going to that particular page, if I am going to any other page other than this logged in, right, then this condition will be true. And also if this is false, so this condition is obviously this is true. Now I have to go to any other page which is not logged in. So here I can say else if this condition is obviously I can copy that. Let's copy that, and I can say else if and auth login. And if we are going to login page and we are already logged in, what should we do? We should redirect user to the home page, because imagine that I'm logged in and I'm again trying to back to the login page. There is no purpose of that. So that's why what should we say? We should return Nuxt to login page, not login page obviously, to home page. So what is the name of the home page? It's the home. So I can simply copy that, and here instead of name I can say home page, and else I can say else simple next. See, I am automatically redirecting to home page. I can show you again. I will be redirected to login page. See, this is the magic. So there was no error, but it's the recommended way to add the next, always add this next thing. So that's what I did, and now it's working. So now first of all, I am not logged in. Also it's hard coded, so that's why this condition is true. Now I was trying to go to the home page, which is not the login page. So it means this, we are in this condition block, right? We are in this condition block. Now I am checking the for the home page is method is true, so it means I'm not in this condition, I am in this condition. So what this thing is doing, it is just redirecting me to the login page. So at this place we are out of this whole function, and you can say we are done with this whole thing, right? But now let's try to false this condition. So by, in order to false this, I can simply say true. And now if I try to go to the home page, see, I didn't go to the home page, but I was in the login page. I am automatically being redirected to home page. Why? Because this condition was true. What was this condition? If I am trying to go to the login page and I am already logged in, redirect user to the home page, because there is no purpose of that. So and else always go to the wherever user want to go. For example, if I try to go to the register page, because there is no meta registration for that. If I will be again to that register page, it is not productive. So I hope it was, I try to explain these things. I know it's quite easy to look, but it's quite a complex thing, and it's very important thing whenever you are trying to implement the navigation cards in the Vue. So that's it. Now let's this thing, let's do the in real time how we can create this particular function. For that I can come in the utils. Let's paste these two functions. It's not two, it's these are three functions. It's quite easy, I can explain that. It's these are very similar. So this is the user logged in function. What I am saying, I'm first of all I am checking, I am getting the local. If you remember in the auth store, we gave these key values for the tokens and auth tokens and user content. Current user content, and then current auth tokens and current auth tokens. So I'm checking if both of these exist. Then what should I do? What should I could do? I should parse the content value, and then I'm checking is it token expired or not. So this is token expired function will basically, I just have to pass the access token. If you want to check the refresh token, then you can pass the refresh token. It's all depends on you. Then this function will return us is token is expired or not, true or false. So here we will return the token expired, basically the, for example, imagine that token is expired. So here I will token is not expired. So I will here I will return uh, token is token expired. So basically if it is not is expired, then this thing will return me the false. So in order to return that, I have to return the log true. That's why I'm saying invert that. So imagine that token is expired, so this thing will return me the true. So I can't say user is logged in, so that's why I'm inverting that. And obviously if this user content and token doesn't exist, or any of them is missing, so it means user is not logged in. So that's why it's we are not here inverting that. So let's save that. And by the way, this function we will use later, I will explain. It's also quite useful. So I can come here in the, and now let's come to the where we have the router. And here I can simply paste that instead of this hard-coded value. And I can obviously, I have to import that as well. I can say import from lib and utils, and here I can say is user logged in, or not this one, is user logged in. Yeah, now that will work. And not, let's, if I try to go to the login page, and it will be true or false. See, I am in the home page. Now let's, if I go to the application storage, and let's remove these, one of these, let's remove this auth current user content, let's remove this, delete. And now if I try to refresh, I should be redirected to the login page. See, that's it. So now let's add the navigation. For nav, let's create here in the components folder, I can say navbar. Yeah, here in the components I can create one file called navbar.vue, and I can paste that. It's pretty simple, I can show you basically. So first of all, these are the, obviously I have to reload the window, because if you can see the errors, small errors. Yeah, these kind of error. Okay, so here first I know why this is happening. It's because of this current user. So first of all, let's handle this thing, let's handle this store.user thing. So if I come here auth store, if you see currently, by the way, we have another method as well. For example, I can check that if, let's cut that, I can say object, if you remember object, I can say object dot keys, and I can pass the current user. If the length, it means it doesn't exist, so it means if length is 0, then show this, otherwise the other things. So yeah, now it is working. For example, if I go to the login page, I am in the login page, and same for other. So why it is not working? Other page, maybe I can refresh that. Yeah, now we have the neighbor login, register. So now first of all login, and if I login, close. See, now we have different navbar, home and categories, and here we have the username, email, profile, and if I click on logout, I will be logout. Now let me show you the how things are working here. So here I'm checking if the current object is empty, it means we don't have that, then we are not logged in. So that's why I show the login and register, and then otherwise else show the home page and category page. And here basically the drop down menu, in drop down we first of all we are showing the avatar. For avatar, if this URL exists, then show this, otherwise show this avatar fallback. You can check the documentation for the shadcn. By the way, you can say I'm not explaining that because it's not the course of the shadcn, but still if you didn't understand, please let me know. I will try to explain things in the comments. So after that, this name, email, and profile, and logout. So now one thing is still remaining, which is try to imagine now I close this thing, although I was logged in and token are saved in the local storage. I close that. Now let's go to the localhost 51745174. If I try to go or not this login page, yeah, in the home page. See, although I was redirected to this page, but here I have login registration page, but it should not be like that. Why? Because I am logged in. That's why I am in the home page. So the issue is currently whenever we are in the home, whenever we are try to load in the first page, always the first time the user is this object is by default this is empty. So that's why I created this function. So this function is basically to get the local storage data. So that's why I created it. It is saying, for example, I will have to pass the key, what key I want to receive, so I can get that. Let me explain. I can write that here. Here I can say this user, it can be null, get local storage. Obviously I have to import that. Import from lib and then utils, and here I can say get local storage data. So get local storage data. So what exactly here, this thing is same for the, just like in the generic type we created in the types for the product and different stuff. And then I need the user content, basically the key. I want local storage data for the current user content, and why this verified true verified data. If I go to the here, so try to imagine that first of all this is the key, I want user content data, and this verified data it's optional field, so that's why. But first time for this it's the true. Here I am here in this data basically we will have the user details, all of the user related stuff. But if we verify data is true, what should we do? We should have this condition. First of all, if we have current token, and within current token if token is expired, then return null. Also if we don't have any current tokens, then also return the null. And then you can say this kind of this data will be ignored, because here we will be return and we will be out of this function. But if verified data is false, in this case auth verify is true, and both this if block will be kind of ignored because our token is not expired. So that's why this we will be out of this if block, and we will see if we have data. So we have data, we will return this data, and we will have the user details. Otherwise we don't have any data, so it means a user is not logged in and trying to in the first time, so we will return that null. So that's why let's save this thing, and that error will be basically gone. So for example, if I try to refresh that, now we have the home and categories. It's simple as that. One thing, let's fix this thing. It should not be like that. Now it should be only current user, because current user can be null as well. So there is no point of showing the object, because if it's null then this thing will give us the error. So let's cut that and let's replace here, and now let's save that. Now that error is also gone, and if I refresh that, I have that now. Now let's try to remove those stuff from the application, and we should be automatically go to that stuff and try to remove this thing only. Delete. And if I go to the category page, see I'm in the login page. See automatically if I try to log in now, close, now I have this one. So that's it. I hope you guys learned something, and I try to explain things as much as I can. It was, I know it was quite lengthy tutorial, but if you are still here, it means you learned something new. And believe me, if you are a beginner, it will be very useful for you whenever you will start working with the real clients or with the in real world applications. If you like the content, please like the video, share the video, and subscribe my YouTube channel. And don't forget to comment either it's positive or negative. I am very happy. I will be very happy for getting your feedback. Till next video, bye bye.